네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 2022 서울 디지털 금융
May I have your
컨퍼런스에
attention?
참석해 주신 내빈 여러분.
Ladies and
잠시
gentlemen,
안내
let me give you
말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후
housekeeping
본회차의
announcement.
개회식이 시작될 예정입니다.
Opening
현장에
ceremony
계신
for
참석자분들께서는
2022 Seoul
자리에
Digital
모두 착석
Finance Conference will
부탁드리겠습니다.
start shortly.
아울러 원활한
Ladies and
행사 진행을 위해
gentlemen, so
소지하고
please
계신
take your seat.
휴대전화는 진동
So not
모드로
to
전환하시거나
interrupt
잠시
others,
넣어두시면
please put your mobile
감사하겠습니다.
phones on a
이번
silent
행사는
or
동시 통역이
vibration
제공되고
mode.
있습니다.
We provide
한국에
simultaneous
놓여 있는 수신기를 활용해
interpretation
주시고요.
during this conference.
채널은
Please
한국어가
use the
1번,
receiver
그리고
on
영어가
your table.
2번입니다.
Korean is channel
Ladies and
number
gentlemen,
1
we will
and
soon
English
begin
is
our
number 2.
conference. We provide simultaneous interpretation, so please use the receivers if you require interpretation services. Please turn to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. We will begin in just a few minutes. Thank you very much. 네, 잠시 후에 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 모두 착석 부탁드리겠습니다. 고맙습니다. 네, 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 2022 서울 디지털 금융 컨퍼런스에 참석해 주신 내빈 여러분께 잠시 후 본 행사의 개회식이 시작될 예정입니다. 현장에 계신 참가자분들께서는 모두 자리에 착석해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 아울러 원활한 행사 진행을 위해서 소지하고 계신 휴대전화는 지금 바로 진동 모드로 전환해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 그리고 오늘 행사는 동시통역이 제공이 되고 있습니다. 동시통역 수신기를 활용을 해주시고요. 한국어는 1번 채널 그리고 영어는 2번 채널입니다. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for attending the Seoul Digital Finance Festival 2022. We will soon begin our conference. Please use the receivers placed on the tables for interpretation. The channels are 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. We will soon begin our conference. Thank you once again for your cooperation and your patience. 네, 잠시 후에 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 고맙습니다. 네, 여러분 인사 먼저 드리겠습니다. 2022
Good morning,
서울
ladies and
디지털
gentlemen.
금융 컨퍼런스에 오신 여러분
Welcome to
진심으로
2022
환영합니다.
Seoul Digital
지금 아직까지
Finance
입장을 하고
Conference.
계시는 분들이 계시는데요.
There are
모두
other
착석
distinguished guests who are still
부탁드리겠습니다.
entering the
저는
hall.
오늘 진행을
So
맡은 조주연입니다. 먼저
let me begin this
인사드리겠습니다.
conference first. My name is Jo Joo-yeon and I will be your MC for today's conference.
고맙습니다.
Thank you so much.
바쁘신 일정 중에도 함께 참석해 주신 내빈 여러분 그리고
I'd like to
온라인으로도
extend my
함께
gratitude
보고
to
계시는
all of the
모든 여러분
participants,
다시 한번
online,
감사드립니다.
offline, for taking time out of their busy schedules.
16일부터 19일까지 여의도 일대에서
This festival will take place from November 16th to November 19th. And this conference is an event which takes place on the second day of the festival. This conference has been held to explore the ways for future development of the financial industry of Korea and enhance the international financial competitiveness of Seoul City to become international financial hub. The topic for today's conference is Digital Finance Megatrend Outlook, and it will gather experts from home and abroad to talk about global finance outlook and future strategy of Seoul as global financial hub. Before moving on to the main part of the conference, let me begin the award ceremony for 2022 Finnovation Challenge. Finnovation Challenge is an open innovation project. It is the first holding co-hosted by Seoul City and Shinhan Financial Group to identify high-potential fintech companies. This year, Shinhan Card has opened this topic of data-driven open innovation, and it started receiving applications from this May to identify 7 companies out of 83 applicants with greater potential. And for the past 5 months, these selected companies have participated in incubation program by Shinhan Futures Lab. The competition rate was very severe, 28-1, and 3 finalists will be awarded during today's ceremony with a total prize money of 35 million won and entitlement to become residence companies in Seoul Fintech Lab, which is the largest fintech incubator. So please give a big hand when I announce the final winners. And before starting the award ceremony, let me invite Director of Seoul's Metropolitan Government Chung Young-jun for a congratulatory speech. Please give a big round of applause to the director. Good morning, everyone. I am Chung Young-jun from Seoul Metropolitan Government, and I'm in charge of new industry development policies. So before giving this congratulatory speech, I'd like to tell you that we have scaled down all of these ceremonies for the challenge and the conference because of the tragic incident in Itaewon. And Seoul Metropolitan Government Mayor Oh Se-hoon was supposed to come here to give this speech, but because of the tragic incident, we'd like to ask for your kind understanding that he couldn't come here, and I am reading this speech on behalf of Seoul Metropolitan Government Mayor. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me extend my gratitude to all of the participants, online, offline, of 2022 Seoul Digital Finance Conference. First of all, let me also congratulate winners of 2022 Finnovation Challenge. Finnovation Challenge is a fintech open innovation. It makes the first holding this year, and it has this great significance for fintech industry. It will become the foundation for win-win growth of legacy financial institutes and challenging fintech startups to make Seoul City as the global top 5 financial hub. So we received the applications of 83 fintech companies last May, and they have had this race for the past 5 months. And as a result, 3 companies have been selected as winners. And I'd like to take this opportunity to extend my gratitude to all of the participating startups and co-hosts of this challenge, Shinhan Card and Shinhan Futures Lab, who incubated and mentored all the participating startups. So many startups have shown us their passion, and those who have shown us the greatest performances will become the final winners. Once again, congratulations on winning this award, and let me extend my gratitude to all of the participants. Thank you.
Thank you for those kind words. Next, we have Executive Vice President Moon Dong-gon from Shinhan Card, who is a joint host of the challenge. Please give a big round of applause. Good morning, everyone. My name is Moon Dong-gon, and I'm Executive Vice President of Shinhan Card. Amid the difficult challenges, I believe that we have been able to host today's event because innovative finance is such an important topic. And I hope that today's event will generate a more active innovation in the area of finance in Korea. So this is the first year we hosted the Finnovation Challenge jointly with Seoul City, which is a startup fostering program. And I would like to thank the Seoul City and all the related parties for giving their full support for the successful hosting of the event. I would also like to thank the CEOs of the startups who have done an extraordinary job in performing the cooperative projects for the past 4 months since July. This event is especially meaningful in that Shinhan Card and prominent startups have worked together to achieve practical cooperative projects, and that this cooperation has laid the foundation for further joint business cooperation. ATR, Finzo, Step Pay will be awarded as the best startups of the challenge, and Shinhan Card will be giving full support so that these startups can leap forward in the future and become very close business partners. We will continue to cooperate with Seoul City as an innovative finance partner in the areas of nurturing startups, digital cooperation, and building the business infrastructure for digital finance. Once again, I would like to congratulate the CEOs of the startups who are being awarded today. I would also like to thank once again the Seoul City and all the related parties for cooperating in putting together the event. Thank you.
고맙습니다. 네, 부사장님께서
Thank you so much. Mr. Vice President, please stay on the stage. I would like to move on right to the ceremony.
시상을 위해서
Now we'd like to start the award ceremony, and the Vice President will present the awards to winners. As soon as we rearrange the stage, we'd like to start the ceremony. And the ceremony will start by giving the Finnovation Award. Finnovation Award grants 5 million Korean won as prize money, and the award can become a residence company in Seoul FinTech Lab. And the Vice President of Shinhan Card Moon Dong-gun will present the award. Since there are 3 winners, we'll name each and every one of the winners, so please give a big hand whenever I shout out the name of the winners. The first winner is ATR Incorporation. I'd like to invite the representative of ATR Incorporation to the stage. ATR visualizes financial data by consumption activity into carbon emissions data. Congratulations once again on winning the award. Please face the front for a photo op. Please give another round of big applause.
네, 사진에 더욱더 잘 나오게 하기 위해서
Adjust
하고 사진 촬영
the award plaque
네, 축하드립니다.
to get a better photo.
네,
Congratulations
네,
once again.
끝에서 잠시만 대기해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Please wait on the right-hand side of the stage for a moment before getting off on the stage. I would like to move on to the next winner. The next winner. This award is called Shinhan Card Award, and it presents 10 million Korean won as prize money, and the awardee also gets to become a residence company of Seoul FinTech Lab. The Shinhan Card Award winner is Finzo Incorporated. Congratulations. Please come to the stage.
네, 축하드립니다. 주식회사 핀즐은
Finzo Incorporated offers products based on IP licenses, along with the IP licenses to companies. Congratulations once again on winning the prize.
네, 다시 한번 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give another round of applause.
네, 축하드립니다. 다시 한번 무대 우측에서
Congratulations. Please wait for a moment on the right-hand side of the
네,
stage.
그럼 이제
Now, let me move on to the final award, Seoul City Mayor Award. To present the award, let me invite the New Industry Policy Officer of Seoul Metropolitan Government, Jung Young-jun. Seoul City Mayor Award has this 20 million won of prize money and the entitlement to become the residence company of Seoul FinTech Lab. Let me announce the winner. Seoul Mayor Award goes to Step Pay. Congratulations. Please come up to the
네,
stage.
축하드립니다. 스텝페이는
StepPay
개발자가
enables developers to
구독결제를
deploy
쉽게
subscription and
구현하고
payment services
비개발자가
and
바로
non-developers
구독 상품을 판매할 수
to
있는
develop subscription
결제와
products
커머스
through
솔루션을
its
제공하는
payment
기업입니다.
and commerce
축하드립니다.
solution.
네, 다시 한번 큰 박수
Congratulations.
부탁드리겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
Please give another round of
수상하신
applause.
모든 분들
Thank you so
진심으로
much.
축하드리면서 저희 모시고 단체
With the sincere
기념 촬영
congratulations, we'd like to start
진행하도록
a group photo session.
하겠습니다. 네, 저희 안내분들에 따라서
Our
함께
staff
구현을
members
해주시고요.
will give you information to get the best photo.
앞쪽 카메라를 바라봐 주시기
So,
바랍니다.
the 3 awardees of Finnovation Challenge. Please face the camera in
네,
front of
다시
you.
한번 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 축하드립니다.
Can I ask another round of applause to our winners? Thank
네,
you so much.
축하드립니다. 이제 자리로 다시 모시도록
Congratulations.
하겠습니다.
May now leave the stage.
네, 다시 한번 진심으로 축하드립니다.
Once again, congratulations
네,
on
그럼 바로
winning
이어서
the challenge.
2022
Now,
서울
we'd like
디지털
to
금융
move on
컨퍼런스의
to
기조 세션을
the
바로
Keynote
시작해보도록
Session
하겠습니다.
of 2022 Seoul Digital Finance Conference. In this Keynote Session, we have invited a special lecturer. The former Estonian president will become the keynote speaker of this session. From 2006 to 2016, Mr. Thomas Hendrik Ilves has led Estonia to introduce innovative startup and technology policies to make Estonia as a fully digitized country. Estonia is an IT powerhouse, and it is also a hub country for startups in Europe, and it has produced so many unicorn startup companies, including Wise. And today, he will give us lessons for Seoul's transformation and the future of digitalization. Before starting the keynote speech, let me give you information once again about simultaneous interpretation. Please use the receiver on the table in front of you, and this session will be in English. So if you need any interpretation service, then tune into the channels. Korean is number 1 and English is number 2.
Please turn to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. 네, 그럼 영상으로 기조 연설을 만나보도록
So then we will
박수
begin the keynote
부탁드리겠습니다.
speech with the video. Please give a big round of applause.
Hello and good day from Tallinn, Estonia. I'm very glad to be here and speaking about some of my favorite topics, which I hope also would be of interest to people in the Republic of Korea. The Republic of Korea is, compared to my country, 40 times larger in population than Estonia. It has achieved its dramatic growth with a strong performance in manufacturing, that is mainly shipping, automotive, and electronics industries, and is known from that as one of the great success stories of the post-war era. Estonia, on the other hand, is very small. It has only light industry, and it has based its growth on innovative software solutions and digital services, to the point where with 10 companies valued over $1 billion, or also known as unicorns, Estonia leads the world in unicorns per capita, with $1 billion company for every 130,000 people. So there's quite a big difference there, both in size and in the nature of the economy. On the other hand, if we look at GDP per capita, GDP per capita in the Republic of Korea at purchasing power parity is basically $47,000 US. Estonian GDP per capita at purchasing power parity is $42,000 US. And those are the World Bank numbers for 2021. And again, the population of the Republic of Korea is almost 52 million. Ours is 1,033,000, or rather 330,000. So if you do the math, basically Korea is in population 59 times larger than our little country here. If we look at foreign direct investment, the difference is immense. But I think this has to do, or rather, this does have to do with the nature of the economy. Estonia last year had an FDI of a mere $453 million. Republic of Korea had 44 billion US dollars. But to understand that difference is that basically once you get into the digital world, the digital economy, FDI numbers become kind of meaningless, because after all, the FDI is measured in basically how much steel and concrete you put into industries. We had last year an IPO for an Estonian company, Wise, valued at 13.1 billion US dollars. Well, $13.1 billion didn't come into Estonia as foreign direct investment, because basically where the money goes is to people who are working at their computers. You don't need to do any big material investments. And so the FDI figures don't really reflect the true nature of economic success. In fact, I should say that virtually all of our, or in fact, all of our billion plus dollar companies in Estonia have received their money from outside. But when it comes to measuring FDI, the FDI measurement looks rather at sort of building plants and so forth, which we don't really need to do. So, and this is especially true when you do an IPO, because basically you are, people are buying stocks. That does not reflect in the in FDI figures, even though the headquarters might be in Estonia. That doesn't count as FDI. So we have to look at other numbers. And the other numbers, as I mentioned, really are reflected in GDP per capita. And the GDP per capita in this country is incredibly high, given that where we began, and this is really the story of Estonia, is that in 1938, the last full year before the war, World War II, that is, in Europe, the Cambridge economic history of Europe shows that Estonia had a slightly larger GDP per capita than its northern neighbor, Finland. In 1992, the first full year that you could measure again the Estonian economy having gotten rid of Soviet occupation, the GDP per capita in Estonia was 2,800 US dollars. The GDP per capita of Finland was 24,000 US dollars. In other words, the GDP per capita of Finland was more than 8 times the size of Estonia's GDP per capita. 2,800 US dollars is extremely poor. And that's where we were a mere 30 years ago. We ranked among the poorest countries in Europe, and not only were we poor, but we simply lacked all of the development that had gone on in the period that we had been occupied by the Soviet Union. And of course, it's not a great advertisement for communism to see that we were 8 times poorer than our neighbors to the north, who, well, despite whatever political issues may have been there, at least was an independent country that enjoyed capitalism. So the question is, how do you build or first of all, the real question is, how do you get out of this mess that you're in, where you're extremely poor, undeveloped, no new roads, all the buildings are falling apart, the telecommunications didn't even exist, just the old telephone system is basically all you have. And how do you then pull out of that? And different countries have taken different solutions to this over the years. Estonia took generally, in terms of economic policy, took a very open, liberal approach to the economy, getting rid of all kinds of protectionism, liberalizing prices and so forth. But that still wasn't really enough to kickstart the economy. And the road we took was actually to digitize. And there were many reasons for this. First of all, we did have our neighbor to the north, Finland, as an example, where the main competitor at one time to Samsung, Nokia, enjoyed huge success. And that showed one direction. I had this idea in the early 90s that really the solution would be to digitize, and that digitization was the way to go for a country. Now, how did I come to that? Well, first of all, I did see Finland, but there were other things as well. One of them was I guess where it started was that I learned a code at 15, rather, I learned a program, and I'm 69, so you can do the math. I learned in a one-off program where I had a math teacher who was doing her PhD in math education. She wanted to see if she could teach kids how to program, and rented a teletype with a perfotape and a modem connected to a mainframe some 35 kilometers away. And we learned how to program in BASIC, which is kind of baby Fortran. But that stuck with me. And for the rest of my life, I've known how to program. This came to me, and I'm not in tech really, but I'm not intimidated by this. And I said, well, that's pretty interesting that, here I am, or here I was in 1992, 93, and I could still get around with computers. And then something happened which I think was revolutionary, which was that the first web browser came out. Now, Tim Berners-Lee had invented the Hypertext Transfer Protocol, or HTTP, in 1989. 1993, though, you actually got a chance, a regular person got a chance to use the HTTP when Mosaic came out. It was the first web browser. Unlike today, you couldn't download it off the web, but rather you had to go buy it from a store for $29.95, and you got some 7 floppies, which you then had to upload, but then you were on the web, which was an amazing thing to do. Suddenly, well, at that time there weren't that many web pages, but you see, wow, this is the future. And what really struck me at the time was that here was one place where this poor, technologically backward country could be on the same page, there was a level playing field. It didn't matter whether the United States, Japan, Korea, Germany, or Estonia, everyone was starting out at the same place. And so I got this idea that, well, what we should do is, first of all, from my own experience, that let's get kids online, let's get them learning to code, and then my hope was this would lead to lots of kids playing around with computers and discovering how to use them and maybe doing something useful with them, which actually is more or less how things turned out. Because when I ended my term in office, the last couple of years, I would go visit all our various startups, and I would ask them, well, how did you become a startup person? Why did you get into this thing with computers? And I'd say about 80% of the time, the founder or the CEO would say, oh, I was a kid in your program 20 years ago, which was kind of a good feeling and certainly explains why there were so many people doing startups. Of course, that wasn't enough. I mean, the one thing that did happen was I managed to convince the government to actually start a program whereby all Estonian schools would be computerized and connected up to the web. It was luck. We had a great minister of education who understood what I was talking about, and he pushed it through. And so the program was initiated in '96. By 1998, all Estonian schools were online with computer labs for kids. And that was really the beginning of this rapid movement toward digitization that we have in this country. So rapid that it became clear already by 1999 or 2000 that the standard way of doing things would not work, and that if we're going to digitize, we have to, especially when it comes to government services, public services, we need to figure out a better, more secure solution. Today, or actually for the past 10 years, to be honest, we have reached a point where there are only two things you cannot do online in Estonia in interacting with the government. One is you can't get married online, and you can't get divorced online. Everything else you can actually do. Sell property, whatever you have to do that requires the government, you can do online. Renew your driver's license, whatever it is. I have not been in a government office for, I would say, an Estonian government office. I did live in Silicon Valley, and I had to constantly go to various offices and do things, which, if you think about it, is pretty weird because it was Silicon Valley. But in any case, so we developed a system here. All Estonians were given a digital identity. That is a key part of any kind of digital success, is having a unique and secure digital identity with end-to-end encryption and with two-factor authentication. We developed an architecture which is now being used to one or another extent by up to, I guess, 30 countries. It's called X-Road. You can Google it and write in X-Road long version. There's a short video that describes it. This has been adopted. So it's open source software adopted by any number of countries in our immediate region, most extensively by Finland, by Iceland, the Faroe Islands, and then elsewhere to varying degrees, but the hardcore architecture is used by those countries. And then finally, what we did was realizing already in 2007, 2008, the real problem with digitization is not like most people think that, oh my God, privacy is such a big problem, but rather what you really need to focus on is data integrity. And so we have put all critical national data on blockchain since 2008. It is a specific form of blockchain. It is a permissioned blockchain, unlike cryptocurrencies. It is based on, it's a keyless signature architecture, whereby hashes make up the blocks rather than the data itself. This becomes crucial in any discussion we'll have in a minute or two about central bank digital currencies, because the problem with fintech that uses blockchain in its current form is that it requires enormous amounts of energy and contributes massive amounts of carbon into the atmosphere. But I'm skipping ahead of myself here. Those were the steps taken by the government. Basically, a three-pillar secure system based on a unique identity, on a distributed architecture, which we call X-Road, and then finally putting all critical data on a blockchain. But of course, this set up the system for where Estonia is today. But the real leap actually came from the private sector, where the private sector, kind of spontaneously, we ended up having a very successful company developed here by 4 young Estonians. I mean, the investor was from Sweden, but nonetheless, the work was done by 4 young Estonians, and they invented something called Skype. In 2003, these 4 guys' invention, Skype, came out, and within 3 months, it was a worldwide phenomenon. And it was the first voice over internet protocol, which then allowed people to communicate all over the world and not pay the exorbitant prices the telcos demanded. Now, what that did, aside from allowing people all over the world to call over the internet, was that they were immensely successful. They made a lot of money, and suddenly in this little country, which, like in most countries, people, some small percentage of people go into tech, people suddenly realized that, wow, if I study math or if I study engineering, I too can come up and invent something that is really amazing, and maybe I too can become a multimillionaire or billionaire thanks to my invention. And so it changed the psychology in this country, where suddenly STEM, or science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, became something that was cool. And lots of people who normally would have gone and looked for something softer than science, tech, engineering, or math, decided to go to technical universities to begin to try to invent things on computers. And this is absolutely crucial for the development of a digital economy, is that you need to get people, you need to have lots of people who are interested in tech and tech solutions, and who have the basic skills in order to create new kinds of services and products. You need to get the creative people in society who otherwise might be composing music, for example, or making art, to think in digital terms. And this is, I think, is something that was where Skype played an important role, was that people who normally would not have gotten into science and technology or computers did so. And this is, from when we look at countries across the world, we see where there is an emphasis on education and STEM subjects, where you do end up with young people who think in tech terms, who see the possibilities of using tech to come up with innovative solutions to issues and problems. They're not necessarily issues connected to business. In fact, a lot of the progress we have made here in Estonia, where we are, on the one hand, ranked #1 in Europe for cybersecurity, we're also ranked #1 in internet public services and internet governance. All of these come about because we have people from different backgrounds working in tech. We can have what we do have, especially in the public sector side, is that we've gotten input from the private sector. We're on our third CIO, the Chief Information Officer, the person who oversees all government and public services and is in charge of their development. We're on our third one. 2 out of those 3 actually came from the private sector, with the energy and the creativity that you often find just in the private sector. And this comes from a certain mentality of, yes, it's a cool thing to do, to go come up with creative solutions for the government. In many places, the idea of governance for a business is like, oh, and we don't want to deal with them, and they're not creative, and all they want to do is tax us. But in my country, at least, it's seen as a challenge and as something interesting to do. We see it in different respects as well. When in 2007, we were subjected to a massive cyber attack from Russia, DDoS attacks, distributed denial of service attacks that basically shut down the country. It shut down all of the media, it shut down newspapers, it shut down our banks. We were basically unable to function because these massive attacks, that the way that DDoS attack works is that it simply overloads a server. And so this was this massive attack on our country by Russia. We overcame that. And today we have gotten to the point where now, when we are again under massive DDoS attacks ever since the beginning of the war, the invasion of Ukraine in February, where Estonia stands out as one of the biggest supporters of Ukraine, one of the biggest donor per capita of military materiel to Ukraine. We are under constant attack, but we don't notice it. No one, I talk to the CIO and I say, how's it going? He goes, oh, the attacks are massive. And I said, we don't see it. And he said, well, there's a reason you don't see the attacks, because they're not getting through. And this is one reason why Estonia is considered to be the #1 country in cybersecurity in Europe, because we've developed that. We learned from our mistakes. One of the things that also came out of that is which we have pioneered, has now been copied by a number of other countries, most notably Israel and the United States, which was that, like every country, government can't afford really to hire the best and the brightest for all things in tech, though it tries to. But it's just the salary differences or the income differences are so great. So what we'd set up in 2007 is I guess in English it would be a digital or a cyber national guard. It's a voluntary organization, like a National Guard, except unlike, it's kind of the National Guard in the United States or even here, the regular National Guard. It's not where guys run around in the woods, practice warfare with their guns on the weekend. Rather, once a week, geeks, technical people get together and work on problems that are posed by the government, digital problems, cybersecurity issues. We have regular computer programmers, we have systems administrators, we have sort of chief financial officers or chief information officers from banks, but it is a voluntary organization where people who work in the private sector come to help on cybersecurity. Maybe it's easier to get that here since we have all these people who have lived through a massive cyber attack, but nonetheless, it has been a huge success for us. In any case, where we have come to now is that leading Europe in digital services, where we are leader in cybersecurity, we are looked up to lots of places as the way to go. Now, one of the ways to go, which I guess kicked off your whole interest in Estonia, is in fintech. And we have, in fact, we've done rather well in fintech. As I mentioned, the $13.1 billion company in the beginning used to be called TransferWise. Today is Wise, simply Wise. It was the largest IPO in European history, and it is a fintech company that basically has come up with a far more efficient and cheaper way to transfer money across borders. Fintech, however, as I promised a little bit back in my talk, is an area where I see the issues will not be technical. Those are soluble, but the issues will be political. It is quite clear to anyone that central bank digital currencies, in fact, we know China is already implementing one, really is the way to make financial transfers far simpler, far more transparent. And if done right, will add tremendously to wealth development. The problem is that central bank digital currencies, or CBDCs, are going to be politically extremely difficult to implement. Because if you think about what is a CBDC? So where all transfers are between you, the individual, or your company, and they're mediated only by the central bank. You don't need an intermediary. You don't need a private or a commercial bank. You can do all your transactions using a central bank digital currency directly, and the only mediator is your central bank. Well, what will that do? That will kill banks, who are probably the most powerful institutions in at least the capitalist world. And so they will fight tooth and nail against the development of true, genuine central bank digital currencies. And that's something you have to think about. And the other thing, of course, that I mentioned is that you will need to come up, if you're really going to work with fintech, you'll need to use technologies that do not contribute massively to carbon emitted into the air. We all know that digital currencies such as Bitcoin consume massive amounts of energy. That energy has to be used, has to be produced. And how is it produced? Well, I think the amount of a single Bitcoin transaction, I think, produces 249 kilograms of carbon. That's one Bitcoin transaction. This is why people are looking at the system that we've developed here, the keyless signature infrastructure, where your chains are made of blocks of hashes, which gives you the same degree ultimately of assurance that it's a legitimate transaction, but that produced, I guess in one study, only 0.79 kilograms of carbon per transaction. Nonetheless, all of these are highly, involved producing a lot of carbon. And I just say that warning people that it's not, the idea of digital currencies is great, but we may be limited in the future by concerns about global warming. And I can't predict that. This will be an issue for the future. In any case, I would welcome questions from you. I certainly would invite people from Korea to come visit my country if you want to see how a fully digitized country works, which I guess is pretty good that it works because we don't have to go outside in our cold, dark winters the way people do elsewhere. Makes our life a little easier. But anyway, I thank you. It's been a pleasure and an honor to speak with you here today, and I will gladly answer some questions. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Well, thank you so much, former
Keynote
President of
Session을
Estonia.
만나봤습니다.
So we've watched a video of his speech, and we were able to see how Estonia has become a digital powerhouse. So it is a huge regret if we just had seen a lecture only. So we've asked a few questions in advance. The first question is that how do you think the development of IT technology can affect a country's or city's economic development? What kind of effort do you think Seoul can take to become such a global financial hub city? That was the first question.
Well, these are slightly different questions. Certainly, Estonia's rapid development has been significantly affected by two primary factors. One is the digitization of services, and secondly, a simple, transparent tax system. These two are closely related. Basically, digitization adds significantly to transparency, this and simplification of bureaucracy, because there's so much that can be done digitally instead of with paper. And this is important to note because throughout history, until digitization and the way, at least the way we do it, bureaucracy has always been a serial or sequential process. A piece of paper or papyrus or whatever, it goes to one bureaucrat and goes to the next one who looks something up, puts a stamp on it, goes to the third, finally comes back. All of that can be eliminated. We actually can do parallel processing in bureaucracy. So, it used to be if a kid is born in Estonia, you'd have to go and register the birth, and then you'd have to go get health insurance for the kid. You'd have to go on and inform the local government. All of this is now done. As soon as the kid is born, the hospital asks the parent the name of the child. The hospital then informs the population registry, who assigns that child a unique identity. That unique identity is sent to the Bureau of Population Statistics, to the health insurance company, to the local government. They're all informed, and the citizen actually doesn't do anything except give the kid a name. So, the elimination of bureaucracy certainly has done a lot. And of course, that in turn has led to a dramatic reduction in corruption. So Estonia is not only by far the least corrupt post-commie country, but in fact, we're one of the least corrupt countries overall in the European Union. So that has certainly helped a lot in many ways. First of all, in terms of economic growth, also in terms of FDI. But the booming IT environment in Estonia, as I mentioned, can be ascribed first and foremost to a 25, 30-year policy of early education in IT. Secondly, as I mentioned in my talk, a culture among young people that studying STEM subjects is worthwhile. And then a self-reinforcing reputational effect from the success of existing companies that in turn brings in more foreign investment. So, I mean, we developed this reputation as this outstanding place for unicorns. And because we have that reputation, then other people come here and they are interested in doing something here.
네, 답변을 잘 주셨습니다.
But thank you so much for that great answer. The transparent system driven by digitalization.
두 번째 질문도
Thank you.
제가 또 사전에 질문을
The second question was also delivered in advance. It is about foreign direct investment of Estonia. Could you elaborate the current FDI flows into Estonia and the role of increasing foreign direct investment to Estonia?
두 번째 질문.
So that was the second question.
FDI, when it comes to the tech sector, is rather hard to measure, and in fact, it really is probably an outdated kind of economic measure, more appropriate for industrial development rather than for tech development. And our own FDI flows have been highly volatile, and given the external environment. We had a financial crisis, we had COVID. And as I said, also TransferWise, which is now Wise, had an IPO of $13.1 billion US dollars. The official FDI into Estonia last year was only $500 million, even though this Estonian company raised a huge amount of money. So this is, so we need to find some other measure. So I'm also not completely convinced the success of Estonia is that dependent on the Invest in Estonia program. It's a governmentally financed promotional effort, but my experience has been that investments come in far more from the reputational success of existing companies. I think an analog, to put it in a Korean context, is that a foreign electronics company is far more likely to invest in Korea because it knows about Samsung's success, rather than because a state-run investment program has said, come and invest in Korea. The success of Samsung says this country is worth investing in. It has highly qualified people with a high level of work culture, which allows the production of superior quality electronics. And you don't need the government to do that. You need the good company like Samsung.
네, 좋은 답변 감사드립니다.
That was also
그러면 이어서
another
또
great
다음
answer.
질문도
Now,
드려봤는데요.
moving on to the
다음은
next
에스토니아
question.
정부의 e-residency 그리고
It is about e-residency program of Estonia. How does the e-residency and digital transformation in the Estonian government affect its economic development and the development of its finance industry? Do you believe that everyone in Estonia can benefit from this e-residency policy?
Well, first of all, let me just explain. The e-residency program is not meant for Estonians. It's meant for foreigners. It's meant for foreigners who are not physically resident in the country. What it does allow is foreigners who have gone through an extensive KYC, or Know Your Customer vetting process, to open their business officially in Estonia. And the advantage that confers is that you become, by opening your business here, you become an EU company. And once you're an EU company, you get all kinds of benefits. I mean, this is especially used by SMEs, or small and medium enterprises. I mean, a big company will go and open its representation inside, I mean, physically in the European Union. But this is meant for, say, you have I mean, if you're a Korean company and you have some product or some business and you want to reach the EU market, you can do that via the e-residency program. In how digitization has assisted Estonians, well, I mean, basically the same things that have helped Korea. I mean, we have, you know, sort of a high level of access to digital services. We have very good digital services, which in turn means that lots of people don't have to, I mean, can work at home. This was extremely useful during COVID. And these services mean that you can live your life pretty much without having to depend on the government. And as I mentioned in an earlier question as well, that we have a very highly transparent society here with the resultant low corruption rate. Again, adds to a trust in the country, which is very important, and it leads to a higher level of economic growth.
네, 감사합니다. 그래서
Well, thank you so
마지막으로
much.
저희가 또 질문을 드렸었는데요.
Last
에스토니아가
question.
스타트업 그리고 기업이 가장 선호하는 지역이 된
Estonia is also known as a springboard for startups and companies. How has this country become one of the most favorable places for startups, and what are the key factors that helped Estonia become a gateway for businesses and entrepreneurs into Europe?
Well, first of all, I'd say that the startup development has been organic and self-reinforcing. There are no government programs to assist them, and the EU programs generally are avoided by innovative small companies because they're too rigid. And after all, startup success is based on flexibility. I mean, your typical startup starts out doing one thing, and then it says, well, that didn't quite work out, but I got an idea from that startup, and I'm going to now make this startup either change the name or just same startup. I'm going to work on that issue. Government programs don't allow that, and EU programs don't allow that because they say, no, you got your money for this, you better spend it on that, and if you don't spend it on this one thing, you have to pay the money back. So those don't work. Rather, we've attracted a lot of seed funding and then more funding, and the initial money comes in because of the reputation of earlier companies, because of the reputation of digitization in the country. And I've personally seen how investors have come to Estonia because they have read about some Estonian company that's been a success, and they go, oh, tell me more, or are there any other companies that are worth investing in? And it's really, as I said, it's an organic process. I'm not sure how much the government can do in these things, mainly because in our country, the government doesn't do that much, frankly. It kind of says, you know, you're on your own. It's a rather laissez-faire government that we have and have had for the past 30 years or so. Anyway, I hope that answers your questions, and bye-bye.
네, 정말 저희가 많은 질문을 드리고 또
Yes, we had a lot of questions and a sufficient time was allocated to the keynote session. I would like to thank the former President Tomas for his insightful keynote speech and also answers. I hope that today's keynote session would have contributed to everyone here having a deeper understanding on digital financial development and also the role of social Seoul City as a global digital finance hub. This will conclude the opening ceremony and the keynote session. The afternoon session will begin at 1 p.m. We have 3 sessions prepared today. The first session will be on the challenges in the era of digital finance. The second session will be on the future of digital finance. And the third session will be digital finance in the world. We have invited experts from various areas, and so I hope you are looking forward to the afternoon session as well. On the lobby outside, we have many promotional booths set up for the fintech companies. On the first day of the Digital Finance Festival, there were companies that were chosen during the demo day of the IBK First Lab, Seoul FinTech Lab. And so those companies and also the winners of the Finnovation Challenge have set up booths outside to introduce their services to you. So please visit those booths and please enjoy lunch, and we'll see you at 1 p.m.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 2022 서울 디지털 금융 컨퍼런스에 참석해 주신 내빈 여러분께 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후부터 저희 본 행사 오후 세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 모두 입장하셔서 자리에 착석해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 아울러 원활한 행사 진행을 위해서 소지하고 계신 휴대전화는 다시 한번 진동이나 무음으로 전환해 주시고요. 다시 한번 저희 오후 세션에도 동시 통역이 제공이 되고 있습니다. 수신기 확인을 해주시고 채널 1번이 한국어, 채널 2번이 영어입니다. 네, 잠시 후에 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 모두 입장하셔서 자리에 착석 부탁드리겠습니다. 고맙습니다. 네, 다시 오후 세션 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
I would like to start the afternoon session 2022 Seoul Digital Finance Conference. Thank you for coming back to this conference.
저희 이제 첫 번째 세션을
I'd like to start Session 1.
준비가 되어 있는데요. 첫 번째 세션은 디지털 금융
Session 1 has this topic of in the era of digital finance, what are the challenges?
세 분의 발표 그리고 패널
Session 1 has 3 presentations.
본 세션의 좌장은 고려대학교
This session will be chaired by
이성엽
Professor
교수님께서
Lee Sung-yup from Korea University. He is right now working at the Graduate School of Management and Technology of Korea University. He is serving as chairman of Korea Data Law and Policy Society along with My Data Forum, which was inaugurated this February. So before starting session 1, let me give you some housekeeping information. The second speaker, Ms. Magdalena Kron, couldn't come here because of her personal circumstances. So instead, we've invited Mr. Ruben Lim from Singapore Fintech Industry Association. I'd like to hand over the microphone to the chair. Please give a big hand. Great to see you all. I am Lee Sang-yup from Korea University. As was just introduced, digital transformation is a challenge for all industries, and it is becoming the very survival strategy for many businesses across the world. So many companies are looking for ways to leverage digital transformation. The financial industry is not an exception. To provide better services through digital transformation, competition and cooperation between legacy finance and challenger finance, big tech, fintech, are taking place on multiple tracks. This session will take a look at the My Data-based innovation service strategy and the trends of establishing total finance platform by financial institutes. So there will be 2 presentations. 15 minutes will be given to each speaker. And after all the presentations are over, we'd like to have 20-minute discussion on the session topic. Since we are joined by many distinguished guests, we'd like to open the floor for a Q&A session after the presentations are over. And we will also gather questions from our audience online. So you can leave any comments or questions on our YouTube channels to be directed at either one of our speakers. Now, the first speaker is Ms. Kim Hae-ju from Shinhan Bank, and the topic of presentation is My Data, the beginning of financial innovation. Ms. Kim Hae-ju is head of My Data unit of Shinhan Bank and IB Korea, and the CRM part of Samsung Electronics, and she was also in charge of AI big data convergence business at KT. She worked at most of the big businesses of Korea, so she has such an ample experiences in finance. She's also in charge of My Data unit of Shinhan Bank. Mr. Kim Hae-ju, you have the floor. Please give a big hand.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hae-ju Kim, and I am from Shinhan Bank. I am currently in charge of the My Data business, and I thought initially that maybe today I will speak about My Data specifically, but the conference is about digital finance. So I thought I will talk about the role and application of data, including My Data, in the digital finance era. And regarding this data, usage of data, I would also like to share some of the activities that Shinhan Bank is currently working on. The chart you see right now on the screen is called 침기표, and it is from 17th, 18th century, and it is made by Dasan Jeongyagyong, a scholar and a government official of Korea during the Yongjong era. And at that time, the biggest issue was corruption. There were a lot of corrupted government officials. And like we've learned back at school, we talked about different types of taxing methods, and this is how the regional government officials are abusing tax revenue and embezzling the government funds. And against this background, the Dasan Jeong-yagyong was appointed as a regional official, and he saw that tax was levied unfairly, and he came up with this chart. He said that removing corruption would be the best way to improve the quality of life of the people, and it starts with accurate taxing. And to achieve that, to tax the people accurately and fairly, he thought he needed data. So this here has the names of every individual and the ranking or the type of vocation and how many people are taxed and their property status, the amount of land they have, the amount of harvest they are going to generate, and the amount of steel and steel pots and cooking and tools and swords. So because those steels can be mobilized during war. And so he started off with collecting accurate data. This is also from 19th century. This is actually from Google. It is the map of the well of death. This is when cholera was prevalent in the UK back in 19th century, and so many people were dying. And at that time, the problem was that there was a third wave of cholera, and there were rumors. They said that the graveyards made during the pest in earlier times was the main problem of this cholera disease. So they wanted to have accurate data to see where the cholera was being more prevalent and how it was spreading throughout the communities. The arrows are where the wells are, and the black sticks you see is the number of deaths. And you see the orange-colored arrow right in the middle. And you see there is the most amount of deaths in that area. And the first death also came from this area as well. So the first death was a newborn baby, and the diaper was washed in the well here, and that well was contaminated. So they took out the pump of the well so that the disease can stop from being spread further. So collecting accurate data is the genesis of solving important problems. The role of data, therefore, is about changing the real-world problems to data domain problems. And as a result of that, we can come up with ways to address problems. We talked about corruption because corruption leads to weak taxing. And this might cause some officials to start prisoning all of the people who are corrupted and not paying their taxes properly. But that is not the approach that Dasan Jeong-yagyong took. He started off by collecting accurate data. So accurate data can become the most important contributor to solving problems. So if we apply this to banks, the offline branches is declining, but there is still quite strong offline channel. More recently, I still think that you would have experience of using your apps for banking services. So for those under 60, they hardly go to the bank. They may go to the ATM machine to withdraw cash from time to time, but most of them address their banking needs on their apps. And in the past, we had bank tellers, but we don't see them as much as before. The AI teller or the AI banker responds to customer needs now. In the past, when we talked about financing was silo. It was segregated from our daily lives. But recently, it's embedded in many of the platform apps, on your taxi hailing ride, on your e-payment app. Finance is already embedded and payment happens on the platform. So in the past, having competent managers or kind and nice sales consultants would have been the competitiveness, but now you need to have abundant data that can replace people, and how to manage that data can be the key competitive factor. Such digitalization changes quite a few things. As mentioned before, who, where, how, when. It impacts all of these factors. And this is driven by data and AI. Especially in the finance sector, I think the AI and the recent technology can be most impactful. First, we'll look at the who. Who is changed by digitalization. In the past, when the customers were consulting with the sales people and they came to get a loan for their mortgage, and they find out they cannot get a mortgage because he has some property jointly held by a family member in the process of inheritance after the passing of his parents. But that data was not left in the database in the past because it was just coming out from some private conversation with the salesperson. But now all of that data is collected in the DB. The salesperson can input that data in the system, and so when the client is trying to cancel the IRP account, we can, based on this information, give the client guidance on mortgages, try to direct that client to get a mortgage with IRP account as collateral. So we can also ensure that the customer does not face any losses in the process of canceling the RRP account. So this can only happen, the sale of the mortgage can only happen if we collect the data of the customer throughout the various contact points between the bank and the customer. So in the past, this was done by a manager with good memory or a very competent manager. That competitiveness was in that person, particular person, but now we can actually put that in the system, and that can become collective intelligence, and that can become the key success factor of a bank. Now, next one is where. Currently, banks still have quite strong offline channel, and I think offline channel is still important because that is where the customer feedback is generated. Because on the apps or the internet, you have to wait for the customer to input some feedback or put some comments in the systems. But in the offline channel, because we can have direct interaction with the customer, we don't have to have a controlled test to get the customer feedback. On offline, for example, in a branch in 성북동, we can say that one particular product was popular. And so everyone, the high net worth individuals on that branch, decided to subscribe to a particular fund. But in the past, that data was only in that branch. But now we can leverage this data and try to sell that popular product to all of the different branches. So offline can become a test bed, and we can leverage that to have more widespread sales practices. Because Seongbuk area is known to be wealthy, and so if we can use that data and tell all the other customers in all of the other branches that all the wealthy people are subscribing to this product, it can be a very popular marketing point. And then third is about when. So COVID has accelerated zero contact transactions. Everyone is working at home. And the customer service centers was not working at full capacity. So unmanned customer service started to become prevalent. The banks shortened their operating hours during COVID, so a lot of the customers resorted to digital customer service, unmanned customer service, or automated customer service, regardless of time. So the customers are trying to contact with the supplier 24/7. And the employee does not, if the employee is not there, the customer still needs to be provided with end-to-end service. So to do that, we need data of the Q&A, and we need to be able to provide to the customer quickly, easily, and conveniently, as if someone is in the middle finding the right answers to the customer. And that can become very important competitiveness. And the next one is about how. Everyone talks about the big blur era. A format is disappearing and only the service remains. So in the past, it was finance separately, distribution, telco, IT all separately, but all of these sectors are being mingled. Because on Uber, you can pay on the platform. 당근 has 당근 Pay, and in the future, for example, you're selling a used product on the 당근 platform, you can immediately use the proceeds to deposit in a fund. So that can be a possible way of selling funds in the future. And a lot of people have sub-characters these days because people have their job, and on the extra time, they may run a YouTube channel. And so if they have high viewership, they will get higher sub-salary, and they can use that sub-salary to purchase IRP. So the finance sector needs to be able to capture business opportunities outside of finance, and they need to be able to decide on which platform they are going to ride. So that has also become very important for finance companies. So finance is expanding to non-finance areas, and to that end, we need to be able to collect non-finance data. That is why finance companies are trying to secure lifestyle data as well. And one of the reasons why Sinan is entered food delivery business as well. And so then how can we use the data? We need to be able to collect the data that we need, analyze that, and able to leverage that in a contactless environment. That is key competency in the new era. And from our perspective, the data that we need to make is, so the asset-related asset is in the bank or in the financial holding company. But we need more than that. We need to be able to change the flow of the data that we generate from the assets, and that comes from the lifestyle data. And there's also market data that we need to collect. We need all of the different types of data to get the context, and that contextual data will allow us to respond to market changes. So not only bank data, we need my data, partnership data, and also social data. The data is continuously expanding.
So the financial industry, especially banks, they see this as the matter of survival, and that is why they are participating in My Data initiative. And Sinan also has My Data, and in the Sinan's My Data platform, non-financial data is connected with financial data to provide services needed by our customers. And we launched a new app, which is called Storybank. Storybank as one of its menus. It is about generating the stories of our customers based on the financial data of our customers. So our customers can store their life stories in our new app for us to get more lifestyle information about our customers. And another thing is data analysis. Data analysis is a more traditional work area of banks. We need to have a credit history or for FDS or asset allocation for those traditional functions of banks. Now, we are going beyond the traditional domains for data analytics for other areas like communicating with customers and then getting feedbacks to provide better services in those areas. So we are leveraging customer data to offer more customized services. So we have this data pick service to find the right data for our customers, and based on that, we also provide this ranking service. The next area is digital utilization. So our bank has developed or created this AI human. It is a bank service staff for our customers. Even though it does not look exactly like a human, it can provide services that can only provide human employees of our banks. We also have the chatbots for services, and we have this AI Molly, an AI secretary service for our employees, and we are getting feedback from our customers on these new services to adjust and improve these big data AI services. In 2019, Bill Gates said this: banking may disappear. Banking is no longer necessary, but banking is necessary, but banks are not. Banks are no longer necessary, and the banks will disappear in the near future. So for banking, we have to gather more data and have to make databases and then provide more better services based on this data integrity. And I hope that you can also leverage this data fully to improve your services. Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much, Ms. Kim. As you just explained, digital finance is about blurring boundaries between finance and other industries. So financial institutes, they can deploy ICT to provide new services outside of their traditional boundaries. So when we have this transition from offline online, new services will be introduced. And as you have just explained, data will drive most of the services and the improvement process of those services. And especially my data was launched last January, so it has been 1 year since we launched my data, and it will bring about many changes to financial services. Thank you for giving us such detailed information about my data. I would like to invite the second speaker from KPMG. Second presentation is about digital transformation of global financial companies. After going through HUMAS, he is right now working as head of digital, head of fintech of KPMG. I have also worked with him. He worked in the Fourth Industrial Revolution Special Committee for the government, and he is serving in many data commissions, offering consultancy services to many companies. So he will give you much insight during his presentation. Now I'd like to hand over the microphone to the second speaker. Please give a big hand.
Good morning. My name is Cho Jae-bak, and today I will be talking about the digital transformation of global financial companies today. First, when we think about the financial sector, it has been very traditional, and digitalization is of recent. And in the past, it was a license sector, but more recently, it has become more prevalent for many different companies. we talk about fourth industrial revolution and the different technological developments. Finance is the service sector, and it is one of the main drivers or the basis of the fourth industrial revolution. It is in the center of financial innovation and the platform industry. And finance is especially important in Korea. If you look at the productive population, age 15 to 64, in Korea in 2020, it was around slightly over 70%. But in 2050, the economically active will go down to around 50%, 52 to 55%. And so in terms of creating future growth drivers, so until now, Korea was driven by manufacturing. But in the future, in the area of the fourth industrial revolution, when we think about digital-based finance or securing financial assets, these activities will become much more important. So amid this background, we would like to look at some of the cases of global financial companies and also the implications from their cases. Like Professor Lee just mentioned, Big Blur has become quite the buzzword these days. In the past, when we purchased the product, we went to an offline store and we paid using a credit card network. Or sometimes, even if you go back a little bit further, we would have used cash. But now we have e-commerce and banking is the same as well. Like Ms. Kim just mentioned in the presentation, we went to a offline branch in the past to make banking transactions. But all of that has migrated to digital platforms. So everything is changing because of digitalization. Almost everything can fully be completed online. So I think the channel is becoming less important and the boundaries are weakening. Everything is converging these days. Meanwhile, from platform company perspective, they are thinking of ways to leverage data and their platform. And that is coming from finance, which is an intangible asset. And so they are becoming more competitive and Big Blur is accelerating. And if you look at the global big techs like Amazon and Apple, they have also ventured into the finance sector. Amazon Pay, so they are into the credit card business and they are partnering with existing players. For Apple, they have Apple Pay, not yet in Korea, but it is already used by 500 million users globally. If you look at the transaction volume, if you look at Alipay or MasterCard, Apple Pay is already around second, just after Visa. So the big tech is also thinking about customer contact points and profit-generating business models. And in that respect, they are expanding into the finance. Apple, as you would know, is also very focused on data. And we believe that data will be used in finance and digital marketing as well. So they have strengthened the ATT function within the iPhone OS, so it requires customer consent. So Apple is a representative company that did a great job in vertically integrating. They have the hardware, they have the OS, they have the data, they have the payment, and so they have successfully integrated all of these elements. That is why their stock price rose in 1 year. So actually, it decreased only about 3%, while the market lost about 20% of value. If you look at Amazon, their share price dropped by around 45%. So maybe that is the key difference between Amazon and Apple. Apple going into finance and successful vertical integration has persuaded the stock investors. This may cause some new issues for global financial supervisory authorities. So on one hand, they have to relax the regulations so that more companies can venture into the finance sector. If you look at Japan, they have relaxed the regulations so that more companies can venture into regions or encourage startups and fintechs. If you look at US, they are also reducing regulations in terms of forming subsidiaries and investing in other countries. We have Mr. Rubin here with us today, but a lot of Korean startups are thinking of migrating their head office to Singapore from Korea. That is because Singapore is providing lots of tax benefits, or they have Sandbox Plus. So they are open to new technologies and also give tax benefits to these companies. So I think that is why Singapore is attracting new technology. In Korea, since 2019, has also been open to relaxing regulations. For example, open banking, my data, regulatory sandbox has been introduced, and my data has been introduced into the finance sector early this year in Korea. So in this area, Korea is actually quite ahead of the pack. If you look at the market value of global finance companies, you can see that Korean companies are not recognized for its future value. Their present value may be quite strong because they're generated strong profit, but their market cap is not really incorporating future value. For example, if you look at DBS in 2017, their market cap was 48 trillion. Recently, it has jumped to 82 trillion, although you have to consider the exchange rates that have been quite volatile recently. But if you look at the combined market cap of the main four financial holding companies of Korea on the right, in 2017, the number was higher, 75 trillion, but recently it has gone down to around 58 trillion, so it has actually deteriorated. If you look at UHG, 2017 market cap was 228, but currently it's 710. That's double that of Samsung Electronics. If you combine the number one lifer and PNC company market cap of Korea, it was 36 trillion in 2017. More recently, it has gone down to 23 trillion. So the gap between US UHG and Korean lifer and PNC has actually widened significantly. So today, I would like to share the digital transformation that has successfully drove the corporate value of these foreign companies. Let's look at it in different categories. First of all, you can innovate the core business, their finance business. And then second, you can lead the financial ecosystem. So currently, you may have a payment system, but you are continuously expanding into neighboring subcategories of finance to lead the financial ecosystem. And last, you are entering into the non-finance sector. And if you look at the first one, DBS, a company that has been very successful innovating its core business. DBS is one of the representative finance companies of Singapore, and they have been very active in introducing digital transformation around since 2019. And several years have passed, and they have continued their leadership in digital transformation, and I think it has become quite corporate culture. In terms of operating system, Korea is changing as well, but if you look at DBS, the IT team and business team is bundled into one unit. In Korea, if you look at the FX business, the money exchange in Korea, the business will present the requirements, and then the IT will change that to IT system. And the IT will develop the different services, and if they cannot do it, they will ask a third party to do it, and they will do the test. So that is the process in Korea. So it takes time, a lot of time. But the key of digitalization is agility, how fast you can change. So for DBS, if you do a money transfer, the unit already has a business owner and an IT owner. So they have the authority and also the responsibility. So they can respond to customer needs very quickly. And this is also effective when they partner with third parties. They have an open API, but they can also internalize the developments of open development and cooperation. So they can continuously improve their system very quickly. JP Morgan Chase is another example. It is the biggest company, U.S. finance company, and their market cap has 390 billion. So it's definitely by far one of the largest finance company in the world. But they also have a technology platform as well as the banking service. If you look at the expenses last year, so technology takes up around 14 billion. So they're not just talking the talk. They're actually walking the walk. Technology takes up around 16% of their budget, which is quite a lot. So against the total expense, 60% is invested in the current business, but 40% is being used for future businesses to secure competitiveness that will be effective in the future. We'll move on to the case of MasterCard. If you look at recent 5 years, the performance has actually exceeded that of Visa in terms of business earnings and even the stock price. So MasterCard, their core business is payment. So they have not expanded to other subcategories of finance, but they are improving and expanding within their payment category. They're continuously monitoring the different payments and providing real-time payment account to corporates. So they are continuously investing in improving their existing payment service. And if you look at their revenue, the other businesses other than payment is taking up 20% of their revenue now. So they have been diversifying their business successfully. So Goldman Sachs is actually quite already well known. They said they are not a finance company, they are a technology company. And since 2018 up to around 2020, they acquired around 69 companies, or they made equity investments in those 69 companies. They are traditionally an investment bank, but they are also investing in retail and private banking areas. Because of the FTX accident, cryptocurrency has been hit hard. But nevertheless, Mr. Ravi Menon, the president of MAS of Singapore, said this in August. He said that we are against speculation. That is very clear. However, blockchain and this area is key to digital innovation, so it needs to be encouraged. And against this background, if you look at the global finance companies, there aren't a lot of investment in cryptocurrency. There are some funds, but based on these type of activities, global finance companies are developing custodian business, or they are using that to make fragmented investments in different asset classes like property and so on. So they are providing those asset classes to customers who could not approach them in the past. DBS, while being very conservative, they have DDEX, which is the digital exchange for DBS. And they have established that and is currently in operation. They have not opened that to everyone. They have opened that to around 100,000 customers who are high net worth individuals in their private banking services. Also, custodian and SPO services are being implemented and being prepared. So they are preparing for the future. The last category is venturing into non-finance, the downstream and upstream businesses. I mentioned UHG earlier. UHG has shown dramatic increase of the stock price. If you look at Q3 results, originally it is an insurance company. It's a health insurance company. And they have Optum, which is a digital healthcare company. So Optum is the digital healthcare business of UHG. And back in 2017, it was only around 29% of the business. But this has been growing since. And if you look at Q3 this year, it takes up around 75%. If you look at the contribution to profit, you have UHG and Optum. It's around 50-50 now. Because we cannot compare apples to apple because the regulatory environment is completely different in the US and Korea. But UHG has been very successful by nurturing their digital healthcare Optum business.
가장 이제 어떻게 보면 65세 이상 인구가 많고 노령화가 심한 게 지금 보면 이제 1번이고요.
So Japan has large portion of senior population above age 65 currently. Korea is aging very quickly as well. And in Japan, because of this demographic change, caring service and senior care business has grown very quickly. And in 2020 December, in Korea, regulations have been relaxed to encourage this business. But in Japan, it has been quite strongly growing since a long time ago. Sompo Holdings is an insurance company, and since 2015, they acquired 2 nursing care companies, and currently they offer this service to around 100,000 clients. In terms of revenue, they rank second in the market now. So we looked at different cases, and now you will look at the Korean digital finance policy. It has been evolving very quickly since 2019, and deregulation has been evident. More recently, the financial regulatory innovation has become a very important topic. So there are some talks about whether we're going to take the positive approach or whether they're going to change this to negative approach. So we believe that discussions on this topic will become more invigorated in the future. We have the sandbox system. Maybe it will become more open to be more effective in the future. But I think continuity is important, and also we opened healthcare in terms of non-finance, but if you look at the market, there are still other hurdles blocking investment and the finance industry venturing into different sectors. So we need to come up with a system to support finance companies to be able to enter into other sectors in a more comprehensive way. And the platform, finance company, and customers all need to come up with a system where the benefits of digitalization can be shared by all the parties involved. So KPMG has also come up with 3 trends in terms of future digitalization. First is universal banking. Large finance companies will embrace both finance and non-finance. They will be able to offer integrated app and services. Second, there will be the transaction-focused banks. So these will be active in e-commerce or platform, mainly in the payment business. So they will be focused on particular businesses. And third is the ambient banks. So it is about embedded finance, already a part of our daily lives. So there will be largely 3 categories of finance in the future. The commonality is that all of these are about converging the different boundaries. So big blur is inevitable. And finance will become more and more embedded into our daily lives. And we try to derive some implications, 5 of them, from these cases, best cases of global finance companies. So finance is no longer a cost center. For finance, digitalization is a new growth engine. Meanwhile, finance company needs to be able to secure agility by differentiating user experience. In terms of products, we have bank, credit cards, securities firms, insurance. They have been operating in silos. But now, even if there is a boundary or a barrier, there will be much more competition in terms of securing customers. For example, for post-retirement savings, pensions, customers can choose whether they're going to subscribe to a product in an insurance company, brokerage firm, or a bank. And I think this will become more competitive with the proliferation of my data. And so the finance company's role
그 리스크
will be
더
to
나가서는 내가 갖고 있는 건강을 어떻게 잘 가져갈 수 있는지 건강 자산에 대한 부분까지 최적 균형점을 찾는 역할로
help customers find optimize
접점이나 이제 운영
their
형태는
needs.
그렇다 보니까
So it will not just be
예전에는
about getting a health insurance product. It will be about managing their health in general.
쪽의 고객 접점이
And
부분들이 우리가
the customer contact point will become more diverse as well. Finance companies have their traditional customer contact points, but non-finance companies will also be able to collect data through their contact points. So partnerships, M&A, and MOUs will become more popular in the future. So already, I think we'll see these change. So I talked about the market cap of UHG. Its future value is becoming more important than the current present value.
서비스나 시장에 대해서 이 포텐셜이 얼마나 있는지
I think the shareholders are actively acknowledging the potential of digitalization.
그래서 단순히 현재 이제 프라핏 커넌티빌리티
So the profits that the company is able to generate today is, of course, important, but the ability to capture business opportunities in the future is also something that shareholders are looking at. And so including those indicators in the KPIs of senior management of finance companies can be important in the future. If you look at Samsung Electronics, their market is 370 trillion. Apple is over 3,000 trillion. So 5 years ago, the gap was less than threefold. Apple was less than 1,000 and Samsung was over 300 trillion. But we have seen that the gap has widened in recent years. And so this shows that manufacturing is important, but finance is also becoming an important growth driver. And I believe that finance can become a future growth driver of Korea. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. So he gave us the current status of the global financial institutes and comparisons against the Korean financial institutes. And in the last part, he also gave us some of the innovations pursued by the Korean authorities, and I hope that these innovations can have an impact on the Korean financial industry so that more Korean financial institutes can enter the global market. When I look at the actual statistics, when the gap between Korean financial institutes against the foreign financial institutes is widening, which is very unfortunate. It is because of the separation of the finance from the industrial capital and other numerous regulations that are holding down or holding back many Korean financial institutes compared to the global or overseas financial entities. I hope that this problem can be solved in the near future. Now, we have the COO from Singapore FinTech Association, Ruben Lim. Let me ask a few questions to him. He is not here as a presenter, but he is here as a panelist. So first question, as you well know, many Korean companies, they are doing ICO in Singapore. And Singapore has this well-developed financial industry. And not just the legacy finance. In the fintech industry, Singapore is also a very well-developed market and ecosystem. You have your own traditional financial industry, but you are also supporting fintech industry. And this may have brought about so many changes. And especially traditional banks and financial institutes, what kind of changes did they go through, or what kind of response did they make to be well adjusted to this very rapidly changing financial industry with the emergence of fintech companies? That is the first question. And the second question is that in Korea, the legacy banks and the fintech companies, they are doing partnerships, but they are in a competition as well and conflicts. But how did you promote partnership and collaboration between legacy banks and these challenger fintech banks?
Hi everyone, my name is is Ruben from Singapore. Thank you for having me here today. I'll try to speak slower so the interpreter can catch up. There was quite a lot of questions, so I'll try to summarize some of them. First and foremost, thank you to the earlier speakers. I think both touch on very important points, and maybe I want to elaborate a bit on some of those points. First one was the data, and I do definitely agree that data is the next goal going forward, and data is going to be very, very important because even in you look at green fintech, green sustainability, data is identified as the main culprit, where at the end of the day, if you don't have clean data governance, every other insights that you get is going to be rubbish. You know, as we always say, rubbish in, rubbish out. So data is going to be number one. In terms of the AI and machine learning systems that was highlighted earlier by the earlier speaker, it has been identified that every single financial institution has about between 20 to 200 AI systems. And those systems can be on front-facing, identifying with their clients and basically whether do I approve a loan, all the way to internal, whether do I want to give a promotion to a teammate. So the next big question going forward is how do we then make AI responsible? So then data governance, and then follow that before that you need to have a responsible AI principle framework. And a simple framework could be, for example, along the lines of FEAT, F-E-A-T. You know, so you have fairness, ethics, accountability, and transparency, different kind of parameters. To the earlier speaker from KPMG, I was very excited, you know, so I actually see Ravi Menon there, our MD for MAS, and some of the things that was highlighted there. Thank you for your very kind words, you know, very, very flattered that you speak well of Singapore. But I think to take on to Prof earlier question, even in Singapore, we face a lot of similar problems, you know, and normally when it comes to big banks, even DBS for that matter, even for DBS, banks usually have three ways of working with tech companies, you know, so it's either they build their own, if not, then they collaborate, or if not, then they buy. And different banks has evolved over time, and you will recognize that they all have very, very different models. I'll give you a case in point. For example, if you look at StanChart, Citibank, they have models where they actually come up with a whole pure VC arm. So StanChart with StanChart SC Ventures, they have their own venture capital arm, or even with HSBC, they also have a VC arm where they actually invest and they incubate and they take it from there. Some of those, and a lot of times they could be independent, and then they try to move it back into the system. Alternatively, at the same time, they also have developed their own internal fintech team that looks at various collaboration. They get their internal problem statements, and then they go out there and find solutions, and then they see how they can marry. And then last but not least, some of them actually build on their own. And to Prof's earlier question, actually banks are very, very technical. Banks are very IT savvy. In Singapore, banks hire more tech people than fintech. You know, so, and in fact, many, many years ago, actually, if you recall things like MasterCard, Visa, these are all tech companies. These are PayPal. You know, these are all fintech as well. It's just that we don't call it fintech. Fintech, the name only just came up probably maybe 10 years ago. Yeah, but this company has been there long. And going forward, the vision is that you'll probably see fintech disappear because every company is a tech company. You know, it's just an element of, and sometimes tech is so embedded that you don't even see it, you don't even feel it because it becomes your daily lifestyle. So to Prof's question about how challenging, how Singapore, basically, to the banks, you face, banks they don't really see fintech as a competitor, and what they really see them as a way of catalyst and motivator. So banks would then see that this is actually what it can be done. And you are absolutely right. I think what really separates bank and a traditional banking and all the other fintech is the agility and being nimble. Because as a startup, you are able to be very nimble and you're able to then go to market a lot faster. And then as a result, you then thereafter took on those business model and you embed it into it. So if you look at banks, as I mentioned, there are three models. You realize that when it comes to the core banking system, those are usually as a legacy. So those are the ones that tend to be a lot slower in reacting, but and also because it's highly regulated. So bearing in mind that you have to put ourselves in the bank's position. When it's highly regulated, there's a lot of compliance and there's a lot of rules that you need to follow. And if I were to work with a tech company, and bearing that I don't create that from the start, I then need to work with you and customize your solution. If there's anything that's going to happen, And as a result of my failing in compliance, I will lose their license. And that results in a lot more detrimental business to them. And on top of that, if the banking is a part of a core of your whole economic financial infrastructure, the downside of a bank will have a larger repercussion. So a lot of times internally for a bank, it's not so easy to say, oh, I want to go tech, let's do this. Oh, let's run for it. There tend to be a lot of those issues at stake. So a process that you see a natural progression when fintech working with bank is always a proof of concept, validation, and then you go through that whole tedious process. So when it comes to the incubating part, it tends to be a bit more longer. So some of the banks, that's why they started out with a sandbox. So sandbox is not only for regulator as well. It's also actually for banks. So even banks have their own sandbox unit, trial unit, where then they also take them a proof of concept before they validate. And then from there, they would then try to build in slowly bit by bit. And to the banks also, a lot of times, DBS was mentioned quite a number of times. So that one, credit to the senior management, a lot of them was actually pushed by the top as well. So they really see the direction and they make it ascertain, because knowing that banks are huge companies and it's not easy for huge companies to be nimble. It's not just only bank, it's not easy. So they have to take it from the top and then they have to then drive down with the tenacity to put in the right people to see through it. So even for DBS, they have their own innovation department, innovation division. So it's actually quite a very big team to attest to that, and they have their own investment unit as well. I'm not sure if I answered those questions, but is there anything else that's not answered, please feel free to let me know. I'm happy to take them.
네, 감사합니다. 우리 루벤님께서 말씀하신 내용
Thank you so much.
싱가포르 경우에는 이제 기존의 금융사와 이제 핀테크들이
So in Singapore, the legacy financial institutes and the fintech companies, rather than compete against each other, they are working together.
기존의 금융사들이 이제
And the traditional financial institutes have their own VC team internally, and they are investing in
내부적으로 이제
fintech companies,
핀테크 팀을 내부적으로
and they have their own in-house fintech team to be involved in this emerging fintech industry. And Singapore is also utilizing sandbox regulation approach so that the too many regulations are not holding back the development of the fintech industry. After listening to his response, I came to think of these big platform companies in Korea, like Naver and Kakao. They are competing against the fintech companies and the financial institutes of Korea. But I don't see any similar issues in Singapore, the big platform companies competing against the financial companies or the fintech companies. Do you also agree that you don't have any competition between big platform companies and fintech companies?
That goes down to the mindset. And when I say mindset, it's because, as to the last speaker's, second speaker's point, banking is necessary, but banks are not. So it all boils down to the mindset that if you recognize that I am a tech company providing finance solutions versus I'm a bank. So in that sense, I think we do have digital license as well, a digital banking license in Singapore, and it has just only been released about 2-3 years ago, and of which one of them was actually one bank called GXS, which is Grab and Singtel. So that's where you have a telco and Grab. Grab is similar to Kakao, it's a bit more like Uber in Singapore. And you have and they are also going to digital bank. So they do see all this as challenge. But I think one thing I want to call out is that it's about understanding banking. See, because bank is a huge operations. It's not just retail. It's not just consumer, where I did my paycheck, my pay my bills, I invest. Trade finance, that is a very big thing. Treasury, corporate financing. So those are huge elements that you cannot just replicate or replace as a tech company overnight. So it's really about finding your niche area that you would like to move into. So even for likes of Kakao, I'm not sure if they provide trade finance. I'm not sure if they provide cross-border exchanges. I'm not sure if they provide LC services as well. So those could be very different. So not so simple to replicate. Every bank, or even when it comes to private banking, investment banking, these are all very different expertise that is not easy to replicate overnight. But I think everyone do recognize that in the world of fintech, if I put 15, 20 fintech companies together, I can replicate one bank, neo-banking, adjacent banking. So these are all, the competition is there, but I would like to think that all these companies are there to motivate the traditional banking to move forward. And traditional banking will also realize that there are markets, there are blue ocean out there that I'm not able to reach or I'm not able to cater for because my solutions are too expensive because of my legacy charges. And that is why fintech collaboration with them enables me to go into a new market. And that will be very useful in a region in Southeast Asia where consumers are sometimes very spread across. So for example, in Indonesia, there are 10,000 island archipelago. So for those who are not familiar, Indonesia is very, very broad, 4,000 to 5,000 kilometers across. So it's not easy for one bank or one industry to penetrate. And that's where fintech and tech solutions come in very, very handy. Another thing I want to call out is that we need to recognize infrastructure. All these things that we talk about tech and data is only made possible because of 5G or because of cell phone and all this development. So another way to watch out for is where are all these hardware developments going for? Sometimes we talk about software, but we neglect hardware. Ultimately, it is because of all this mobile phone penetration that enables all these solutions that we talk about become easier to adopt. So all these things have to come hand in hand, and the developments will then be a bit more clearer.
네, 알겠습니다. 감사합니다. 싱가포르는 좀 한국과는 좀 다른 것 같습니다.
Yes, the Singaporean situation is a bit different from that of Korea. We have to go for a niche market, and to address the niche market, there is a collaboration between fintech and the legacy finances. I'd like to ask other panelists to give us any comments. Do you have any comments to make?
네, 그러면 시간이 지금 뭐한
We have about
3분 정도
3 minutes left.
혹시 그 플로어에서 질문이
Could we get a question from the floor? Yes, I see a hand. Could you please get the microphone? Please introduce yourself and then you can proceed with the question. I am from Chungang University and I'm a professor at Chungang University Business School. In Korea, the fintech and bank, they're in the same area, business area, but it's not accurately defined. They are not segregated completely. So I would like to ask the presenters. So we are entering the smart era. And in Korea, like mentioned today, Korea is trying to leverage data. We are 5 generation, 6 generation giga internet. So we have cutting edge infrastructure. But other than Kakao and Naver, we don't really have a lot of fintech companies. And another aspect is that the legacy banks, for example, savings banks or credit cooperatives, we call them banks anyway. So you have like the NH Bank, Federation of Agricultural Cooperatives, Agricultural Fishery Cooperatives. They're not really solid banks. You cannot say that they are strong banks. You cannot really call them banks. So the foundation of banking or finance is not very strong or proper in Korea. So compared to these type of what we call banks, and you have Naver and Kakao, these large tech companies, and then you have the savings banks, federation of different cooperatives. So these savings banks really lag behind in terms of IT system. So what do you think about this? How are foreign countries coping with this issue? Smaller finance companies being laggards in IT and technology? It will be very helpful. Maybe Ms. Kim? So tech companies and fintechs and the banks, the biggest difference will be whether they have the banking license. And banks are established pursuant to the Banking Act. There is very clear definition of what we can do and what we cannot do. The fintechs pursue finance based on different acts, and they try to find loopholes in the law to venture into new businesses. But the boundaries are coming down, and the FSC is developing innovative financial services. For example, brokering deposits. So deposits was a unique service provided by the banks. It was only provided by the banks, but it can be brokered by different financial companies in the future. The same for loans as well. So these innovative financial services will become more prevalent, and this will enable tech companies who do not have banking license to perform banking. And as these brokering services become more popular, then the savings banks or the regional banks, like you mentioned, will be able to approach a larger audience. So while they are limited in region at the moment, this type of brokerage service can become a new channel to approach larger customer base. So it can be the foundation of coexistence and win-win. However, competition will become more fierce. So if you do not have a product that's not competitive, you may actually fall behind the market. Thank you for the answer. We are out of time. And today, there were several important content mentioned today. So Seoul is trying to become a digital finance hub, and Seoul Metropolitan government has been making utmost effort to that end. The internet network, we have high-speed internet infrastructure already in place. Government has very strong commitment to drive innovation, and fintech is being supported by multiple agencies. And I think that has led to the My Data business and innovation in finance in Korea. I am sure that this innovation will continue in the future, and the government and different regional governments will continue to support fintechs and financial innovation. Thank you for your participation today. This will conclude the first session of today. Please give the presenters and the panelists and the moderator one more round of applause. Thank you. We will have a 10-minute break. We will come back at 20 past 2, and we will be talking about the future of digital finance. Enjoy your break, and we will see you in the second session. Thank you.
네, 시간 맞춰서
Thank you
시청해주셔서
for
대단히
taking your
감사합니다.
seats on time.
2022 서울 디지털
The
금융 컨퍼런스
2022
두
Seoul
번째
Digital
세션 이제
Finance
바로
Conference is
시작하도록
ready to begin its
하겠습니다.
second
두
session.
번째
The
세션은
second session
전에도 알려드린 바와 같이
will
디지털 금융의
be held
내일이라는
under the
주제로
topic
세
of the
분의
future
장교와
of
또
digital
토론으로 진행될
finance. We have three
예정입니다.
presenters
이번
ready,
세션의
and we will have a
좌장은
Q&A
한국
session
핀테크
after that.
산업협회
The chair
이근주
will
회장님께서
be Mr. Lee
맡아주실
Gun-ju,
예정인데요.
President of Korea
이근주
Fintech
회장님은
Industry
IBK
Association.
기업은행 핀테크
He
센터장 그리고
has
제로페이 추진
he
단장을
is the
거쳐서
IBK Fintech
한국
Center and Zero
간편결제진흥원
Pay Task
원장직도
Force head and is currently
서울시
CEO of
핀테클랩 운영위원으로도
KEPF,
참여하고
Korea
계십니다.
Easy Payment
그럼
Foundation,
시간
and is
더
also
이상
the member
지체하지
of the operating
않고 본
committee of
세션의
Seoul
좌장을
Metropolitan
맡고
Government
계신
Fintech
이근주
Lab.
회장님께
So please
마이크를
give a big
넘기도록
round of applause to
하겠습니다. 박수
Mr. Lee Gun-ju.
부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon.
이번 세션 좌장을 맡은
My name is Lee Gun-ju, President of Korea Fintech Industry Association, and I will be the chair for this session. The future of digital finance, forecast for the changes in the digital financial market, and strategy for fintech scale-up is the topic of this session. Amid technological development and the zero-contact trend, convenience and speed has driven the growth of fintech. However, with global economic recession, investment sentiment in fintech has cooled down. Against this backdrop, in this session, we will explore how fintechs can strengthen its competitiveness to scale up. Like previous sessions, we have three presenters ready. Each presenter will be given 15 minutes. After the presentations, we will have a Q&A session for about 20 minutes. We will also be receiving questions from the floor, so you can raise your hands after the presentations during the Q&A session. And your questions will be coming up on my tablet here, and so I will be directing those questions to the speakers later on. First presentation is by Mr. Oh Moon-seok. The potential of Korea fintech from the eyes of Altos Ventures will be his topic. Altos Ventures from 2018 to 2021 has been the #1 preferred venture capital by entrepreneurs in Korea. They were the early investors of Coupang and has been named as the unicorn maker in Korea. Mr. Oh has been executive director of Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, currently partner at Altos Ventures. Please give a big round of applause to Mr. Oh Moon-seok.
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 저 알토스 벤처스의
Good afternoon. I am Oh Moon-seok from Altos Ventures. Great to see you all.
제목이 좀 거창하긴 한데
So I have this grand topic, but let me first introduce our team. Altos Ventures was established in the 1996 in the Menlo Park of Silicon Valley, and right now we have a presence not just in Silicon Valley but also in Korea, and we are focusing on the U.S. and Korean markets. For investment, as was introduced by Chair, we've invested in Toss, Coupang, Krafton, and Baemin and other mobile and internet companies. Now, we are one of the initial investors for these unicorn startups. And starting from 2014, we've established fund for the Korean market. And we have this asset of $3.4 billion, and we are investing $1.4 billion for the Korean market. These are our team members, and we have almost the identical number of employees in the US and Korea as well. And in the Korean office, we have investment in inspector as well for VC investment. Toss, Lendit, Carrot
국내에 있는 핀테크 업체도
and other Korean fintech companies have received our investment. And not just Korea, we are making investment in fintech companies in the US and Mexico as well. And right now, up until now, we have invested $620 million in fintech companies, and 45% of the money went to the Korean fintech companies. TOS is very famous in Korea. It was established in 2014, and its first service started with this simple and easy money transfer like Venmo of the US, and right now it has expanded its service scope into many areas of financial services. And thanks, we also invested in the TOS, and we are right now on the board of directors of TOS. And have you ever heard of the Carrot service? This advertisement features very famous actress Simina of Korea, and it is providing. It is an insurtech company for online only, and Hanwha Insurance and SK Telecom and other companies have been working with our company to operate this new insurtech company, and the accumulated number of insurance contracts of this company is of 800,000. And we are also investing in the Tunamu, which is a cryptocurrency exchange. Lendit is a P2P company of Korea. It is also in our portfolio. And apart from these companies in the US, Mexico, Canada, we have been investing in various fintech companies, sharing our experiences with a Korean office to find the most optimized investment strategy in the Korea. And especially the Carrot casualty insurance and the TOS Lendit. These fintech companies, they require a lot of capital and time to be matured. So we've been involved in these companies from very early stage to accelerate their growth. So these are the key takeaways that we have gained from our experiences of working with fintech companies. For fintech development, especially, we need innovation by the fintech companies, but we also need clear government regulation and support policies. These can accelerate the growth of fintech companies, and at the time of scale-up for many fintech companies, we need to inject massive scale of capital to these fintech companies. So the internet-only banks, My Data, Online Investment Act, for these government regulations, there has been the development, and many government regulations have been clarified and streamlined to give more support for fintech companies. That has been the trend within the Korean market. And the Kakao, Naver, other internet companies which have grown tremendously. These companies have so many talents, and some of those talents have left those platform companies and established their own startups and accelerating the growth of these startups. But about the capital part, I think that we need to grow the capital market for fintech companies going forward in Korea. And these are the status of the major fintech companies in Korea. As you can see, their total capital raised is more than $2 billion. And about 5 years or 9 years are the time that they took to raise all this capital. I think that the capital that needed by fintech companies is so large scale. And why they need so much capital, and what are the roles of these fintech companies? We have to think about these. The legacy banks, they took such a long period of time to build the networks of their branch offices and sales offices, and by leveraging the wide network, they are selling various financial products and even did cross sales. But fintech companies have to catch up with these legacy banks by driving traffic volume. without the network, which took so much time for these legacy banks to build.
토스가 현재까지 fundraising한 과정.
And this is the process of fundraising by Viva Republica, which is a company that manages a TOS. As you can see, in the initial rounds, most of the investors are from foreign countries.
최근에 마무리한 Series G 같은 경우는
And the Series Z, which was completed recently, since TOS entered the growth stage, more Korean investors and VCs participated.
명확하지 않았거나 아직은 리스크가 많은 단계에서 조금 더 모험 자본
Before, because we didn't have a clear regulation and fintech industry was not mature, that they were the reasons why Korean VCs did not participate. But more recently, since the fintech industry has entered the growth stage, more VCs and more Korean investors are now taking interest. I don't think that labels are important when it comes to fintech industry, but we have to be reminded that much amount of time and capital would be necessary for us to develop the fintech industry. We need to have the proof of concept stage, but capital raising is a very essential part to promote development of fintech companies. Then what will be the questions that investors raise when they make investments in fintech companies? We needed to take a look at those questions to find out the needs of the investors when it comes to fintech companies. So one of the major questions being asked is that are fintech companies really disruptive? The UI convenience or the simple services, these are the growth drivers for many fintech companies. And many people just ask that fintech companies are just repackaging traditional products. That is true to some extent, but they are also driving other types of innovations. And another question we are receiving is that how are fintech players going to monetize their user base, and in which domain fintech companies have most potential to monetize their user base? The income structure or the structure that provides various services, and whether or not fintech companies have platforms for cross-selling. These are the most frequently asked questions. Another question that is frequently asked is about evaluation. How should we think of evaluation? Sometimes ROE is 8 or 10%. Whether we have to apply the same ROE approach to fintech companies, and do we have to just transplant the multiples of other industries or the traditional financial industry multiple to the fintech industry? That is the question many investors have in mind. To these questions, ITOS believes, unlike legacy finance, fintech companies are very lightweight. They don't have to open branch offices. They don't have to operate call centers or others, a very wide sales network. So cost-income ratio is much improved when it comes to fintech companies. However, on the flip side of this coin, fintech companies need to get much investment at a very early stage. And if the legacy banks have this cost-income ratio of 30 to 35%, and if fintech companies can reduce the ratio to 10 to 15%, then this 8%, 10% ROI should be doubled for fintech companies. So fintech companies can double the ROI of the legacy banks by cutting costs without making additional investment, and they can operate a very lean organization, and they can generate more fee income by leveraging its own advantages. And I believe that all these concepts and beliefs have to be demonstrated and proven by fintech companies. And we have to wait and see where innovations, more innovations will come from. But let me give you some examples of the innovations by fintech companies. TOS
그냥 신용 기반, 신용 데이터 기반의 모형뿐만 아니라
has
자산 기반의
introduced this credit data-based evaluation model and the asset-based investment model. And based on these new models, TOS is entering a new area of loan business. It has its own scoring model. And if I look at the scoring model of TOS, its NPL ratio is much lower than the traditional banks. And as a platform, TOS
어떤 형태를 협업할 수 있느냐
is working with various entities of various industries to provide better services, and TOS Securities and TOS Bank will introduce various types of services. Like the TOS card, if you have a TOS credit card, and then you can get the cashback service within the platform that can be used for different service types of TOS. As for Carrot Casualty Insurance, it provides insurance policies based on the mileage of the customer's car. So the first innovation is that you just pay the insurance money based on the mileage of your car, and behavior-based insurance products can be provided if you have data about mileage. It has been since 2 years that the TOS is considering the potential services based on the BBI.
우선은 제가 준비한 자료는 여기까지고요.
So
시간이 조금 남았는데
I think I have explained all the information I have prepared. So let me wrap up my presentation here. And if you have any questions, I'd like to take any questions you have.
Yeah, so I don't see any hands at the moment.
온라인으로 질문을 받습니다.
We do get questions online. So you can write your questions online, and then I will be directing those questions to the presenters during the Q&A session.
두 번째 발표는
Then we will move on to the next presentation. We have Mr. Kim Soo-young, the CSO of Finda. Finda is one of the top 3 loan comparison companies. It has the largest number of partners on its platform. Mr. Kim will be talking about contributing to the digital transformation of financial institutions, the role and growth direction of fintech. Please give him a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하세요. 핀다에서 전략을
Good
맡고 있는
afternoon. My
김수영이라고
name is Kim
합니다.
Soo-young, and I am the Chief Strategy Officer of Finda. Very nice to meet you all today.
이렇게 좀 엄숙한 분위기일 줄 모르고 좀
So
가벼운
I
분위기에
didn't know that the mood will be so serious. My presentation is a little bit more light. So if you see some jokes, I ask for your understanding.
의장님께서 잘 소개를 해주셨지만
So like introduced, we have a loan aggregate platform, and I am from a company called Finda. And now we are managing the cash flow and the financial activities of our customers. So we have been expanding our services.
그런 과정 속에서
So in that process, we learned a lot. And so I would like to share the perspective and understanding of the fintech and how we see the relationship between fintech and legacy finance companies.
자료 분위기는 훨씬 더 가볍습니다.
The theme is the title is quite serious, but like you see on this slide, the overall mood of the presentation is a little bit more light. So it was already discussed in the first session. Digitalization is inevitable. It is here to stay. Nobody is arguing that. It is called the big blur. All banks are becoming digital companies, and all digital companies are becoming banks. So the boundary is becoming ambiguous. Then what is the role of each? Especially finance is a traditional and legacy business that was driven by financial institutions. And the other side of that, there is the IT companies who are venturing into finance. So what can fintechs can do to advance the finance industry? That is the question that we try to answer. This phrase This anecdote from Bill Gates was also introduced in the first session. He said banking is necessary, banks are not. I think key is that banking is necessary. One of the biggest roles played by finance is banking, is about distributing resources. And so that all market participants can benefit from the distribution of resources. That is the role of banking. And in terms of who is performing banking, banking itself is the most important element. Then there can be a question whether fintech and financial institutions are directly competing with each other. Mr. Rubin mentioned earlier, and I think he well stated my thoughts. I don't believe that this is a zero-sum game. There can be a middle ground that is a win-win for both sides, and a new kind of balanced playground can be formed between fintech and financial institutions. But if you look at this from a zero-sum perspective, that is when the cutthroat competition begins. That generates a lot of friction and a lot of waste of resources and capabilities. So I think this overlap, the mutual win, is the direction that we should be headed towards. Then how can we achieve this middle ground? We have to be able to leverage our strengths. From fintech, they are IT-based. So they can make outstanding user experience. They can continue technical development, or they can experiment and trigger change based on more relaxed regulatory environment. But the strength of financial institutions cannot be neglected. They have know-how of developing financial products. They have also experience of risk management, and also how to generate stable growth amid a highly regulated environment. The fintech cannot catch up on these areas overnight. Also, fintech actually does not need to do these type of tasks. That is not the role of fintech. Even within ourselves, within the different fintech companies, there is very heated discussion on the role of fintech. I think our conclusion within our company is to stick to what fintech is good at: IT, user experience, and let's cooperate with the financial institutions on the areas that they are good at. Because you can be wasting money on trying to catch up on things that you will never be as good as the legacy finance providers. So I think there needs to be business building based on the key strength of each entity. At the end of the day, fintech, we believe, is a bridge. The purpose of a bridge is to connect point A and point B. It is not to become point A or not to become point B. Point A is users and point B is financial institutions, and especially the know-how and strength of financial institutions. So it can be financial products for retail customers or corporate financing services for corporate customers. Finance itself is actually a very extensive sector. And to be able to provide all of that from a fintech perspective is hugely resource consuming. And also, there is no guarantee that the fintechs will be better at that. So the role of fintech is to improve user experience, develop technology, experiment and change, and try to serve the underserved areas. For example, we are a loan aggregator, and when we compare the different loan products on our platform, sometimes we ourselves are surprised. Because trying to find the right product in terms of customers is actually very challenging. And the cost of finding the right product was actually levied on the customers until today. So if we talk about the fintech of Finda, there is asymmetry of information between customer and the supplier. If you use a loan aggregator, you are able to reduce your interest rate by 7 percentage points. It's not paying 7% interest,
분이 12%를 내고 있었다는 얘기가
So it's saying that someone who could pay 5% was paying 12% for their loans. One of the more severe examples was that some customer was paying around 20% interest rate when that person could have actually benefited from a lower interest rate product. The bargaining power was so weak among the retail customers. And because they are not able to find the right product, they were not able to receive financing services appropriate to their credit level, despite the fact that there were products out there for them. So there was a mismatch. And then from the supplier's perspective, from the finance companies, they find it difficult to secure users. And of course, they do their best to find to develop the best products, but they are not knowledgeable in terms of attracting customers, serving them, and retaining them on the digital platform, because the role of finance is to develop financial products, not to attract IT users. So in a world that is continuously digitalizing, they are continuously thinking of how to attract users, how to secure customer contact points, and how to develop the right products for their customers. So both users and financial institutions had a pain point. And because of these pain points, there were additional unnecessary costs being paid by both parties. So fintech can actually bridge that and reduce the cost incurred by both parties. We are trying to become a fair or a good broker or a mediator. We try to compare all the different loan products in a fair manner to the customers. We try to charge not too much of a high fee for that brokerage service so that it can benefit everyone involved. I have a couple of examples. Early this year, so if you compare first 6 months of last year and this year, we partnered with several small banks, and because after they partnered with Finda, their loans size grew by around 260%. They were able to do this at low cost because they did not have to build their own IT system, and they did not have to pay for maintaining the IT system to attract customers online. So this was a new audience that they were able to secure, and they were able to use the sales cost to develop financial products. So this is a win-win for everyone. Also, there is a lot of social talk on serving the financially vulnerable or the elderly and senior citizens who are not well versed in the digital universe. And we are trying to attract new customers and connect them with our partners to develop a mutual win for everyone. This is a more recent innovative product. We partnered with one global automaker and one financial company in Korea. It's an auto loan product. So when you are buying a car, you usually get a loan. Usually in Korea, it is based on personal credit score. Your interest rate is determined based on the score, and your car is provided as collateral. So other than the personal credit score, because the car is the main collateral, there isn't much differentiation between the different auto loans offered by different products, different financial companies. But we try to get some more information on the car and the behavior, like the mileage and the driving behavior of the customers. This took actually more than 1 year, so it was quite a long project. We collected the driving data that was held by the automaker, and we developed a new scoring system. We think it's quite reasonable. We believe that driving behavior, safe driving behavior would lead to more faithful payment by the customer, and therefore it should lead to lower interest rate for that customer. And so we verified that assumption during our project, and we have recently launched this product. And this helps the automaker because they are able to provide auto loans at lower rates, and therefore they are able to sell more cars. And from the financial customer's perspective, they are able to benefit from lower interest rate. From the finance company's perspective, they are able to secure loans that will be repaid, so high quality loans. And this is what I meant when I was talking about we are trying to be the good, the positive intermediary. We are trying to offer our customers in a fair manner the best product for them, help finance companies to develop products that will be suitable for their users, and for other companies in other sectors trying to secure new customers. For example, the automaker here, it can be an ID platform or some other large corporate, and they can use our platform to provide services to underserved clients. The scale of fintech that we are thinking of is something that will be created naturally if fintechs do what they're good at. Mr. Oh mentioned that initial capital is necessary to generate traffic and launch the service in the market. But after that, you need to focus on what you are good at. And if that starts to penetrate the market overall, the business will grow naturally. Fintech needs to focus on what they're good at, improving user experience, recommending the right products for the customers in a fair manner, and trying to address the information asymmetry issue. And if that happens, the customers will be satisfied, and there will be a value created for the customers as they are able to pick the best loan product for them, and they will have more credibility on the platform, and they will be able to generate more business for us. And then we can partner with the financial companies, and they are able to attract blue ocean customers, new customers amid a changing environment. How are you going to credit score freelancers? How are you going to credit score vocations that you usually were not interested in? Especially creators. There are a lot of online creators, and there is a lot of profit generated by these creators, but they are not even able to get a credit card issued to them because the financial legacy institutions do not have a credit scoring system where they can actually review the credit of that kind of vocation. So we would then approach those legacy banks to develop this type of financial products. We would look at what kind of data needs to be collected, then we will come up with a way together to collect that kind of data. This actually project takes a long time. When we launch a new product, it usually takes a minimum of 1 year, maybe a year and a half usually. But once we have the product launch, we do believe that social value is created. A part of that value is benefited and enjoyed by the fintech. So financial companies can easily secure users at lower cost and also secure a higher margin. And they can use those resources to develop more advanced financial products, again, what they are good at. So banking is absolutely necessary, but traditional banking may not be necessary in the future. But these new forms of banks, new forms of financial institutions will be necessary in the market. And we believe that we will find a way for us. Finda is not the only company performing this task in the market, but we are open to partnering up with various companies in different areas to find a new way for us all. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you for that presentation.
온라인으로 해주시면
If you have any questions, please input them on our online platform. 12% customer, the interest that they were paying, they were able to refinance at 5%. That is incredible.
또 말씀하시기를 뭐
And you also mentioned that YOY 260% growth of loan of savings banks thanks to the Finda platform.
이유를 잘 확인하시고
So we can really see why Finda is growing so fast. Focusing on what you are good at, trying to become intermediate brokerage firm that is being fair to everyone while charging a fair fee to the parties involved. The next speaker is Mr. Jung Yu-shin and is from Seoul University, School of Management of Technology. He was the director of the FinTech Association, and he will be talking about the outlook and scaling strategy of digital finance.
앉아갖고 이제 앞에 이제 테스토스는 이제 좀 투자자 관점에서 그다음에 핀다는
So I was listening to the two previous presentations,
비교 서비스 하는 데니까 핀다가 지금 파인드 웨이의 핀다니냐 처음 봤는데.
and I didn't know that Finda means find a way. So all of the two previous speakers have presentation slides in English, but mine is in Korean. And I was thinking about how I can cover all these slides in 15 minutes. I had a macro approach to give an overview of the fintech industry of Korea.
디지털 금융의 전망이니까.
So my topic is digital finance outlook, how digital industry would evolve. Before, in the previous industrial revolution, the financial industry did not receive much attention. It is not a champion of a revolution. And I think this time, the fundamental nature of finance is changing. It is now at the forefront. And before technology revolution, I think this is a market revolution. And to be more extreme, it is a third service industry revolution. So in the third service industry, I think financial industry is the key. And that is why it is at the forefront. Before, the financial industry has been the passive infrastructure, but now it is at the forefront of this platform revolution and market revolution. And all the payment data and settlement data covers the customer or consumer behavior across the industries. So financial data is no longer just the financial data simply. If you have financial industry, then you can have dominance across various industries. And those who have noticed earlier started to invest in the fintech industry, and that is how fintech industry evolved so fast. And if we look at the cycle of production, consumption, investment, I think that the cycle, financial cycle, is the shortest. It does not have a delivery time, and if it has a consumer data, based on that data, it can just build the products instantly by using a computer. This convenience cannot be enjoyed by other traditional industries like the manufacturing industry, and that is why the financial industry is facing pressure, the strongest pressure from consumers. The financial industry has this data that can analyze the consumer behavior, and it has a very short product cycle. And because of that, the pressure for evolution is the strongest for the financial sector. That is why the financial industry is going through rapid changes. And since the financial industry is directly related to platforms, if for financial industries, if platforms are well established in the financial sector, they can dominate other industries as well. So we have Vice President from KPMG here. And I think that the payment itself does not bring you any profit. If you look at the financial statement or balance sheet, then you can see that the payment service is not creating highest profits per se. But payment services are getting much investment. It is because that payment services can be directly related to other types of services that can generate much profit. that is why that we are calling this as the platform stock price. If Apple's stock price is soaring, it is not because of the sales of Apple phones. It is because of the introduction of Apple Pay, new types of payment services. So many companies are thinking about how to connect with services of other companies to enhance their corporate value. And for that, you need a platform that connects everything. And if you can become a platform company, you can be the strongest player in the market. That is why that we are expecting that the future of digital finance is a platform economy. Since I don't have much time, I will just be very fast and skip some of the slides. So there are three scopes of digital finance: the banking, payment. Everything is simple and easy. Everyone is saying that their services are simple and easy. It is because that their services are transforming into platforms, and the product producer data is being leveraged, and now they are also leveraging consumer data for AI and big data, cloud, blockchain technology. All these new areas are being connected to the consumer data, and right now the only area that we are generating profit is AI. But at least in AI, the new industries are being created. In the Finda and the other fintech companies have their own business models, but the platform business is the only business that can scale up. POS can be one example. It is now evolving into a big tech company in Korea, like they own the equivalent of Naver and Kakao. And Finda is providing comparison services to become a future platform in Korea. The payment, money transfer, P2P, crowdfunding, robo-advisor, life insurance. These are the new potential service areas that can be provided by fintech companies, fintech digital services, and the platform companies, and now emerging in the Korean market. And where is the exact spot that the Korea is standing right now? So this shows that My Data platform is a representative financial platform in Korea. It is the first financial new industry convergence platform in Korea. And they are leveraging consumer data out of this platform, and then they embed it with technology to go to the next stage. And until the next stage, it is within the financial industry. And after that, they are now merging with other industries to become a really big data. In Korea, is now at a third stage, and it is now moving toward the fourth stage, where the financial industry is being merged with non-financial industries. So the insurtech companies are emerging, and the Shinhan and other financial banks, they are working with the gaming companies, and some other financial institutes are working with the real estate company or other property companies. So we are right now entering this fourth stage where financial industry is merged with the non-financial industries. That is the current status of the Korea's fintech sector. And what is the future? And I think this trend will accelerate, but there is a barrier. I think some of you may already know, at a third stage, we have My Data, and in this My Data, the different financial institutes, they have their own financial products, and they are looking for ways to maximize the benefits out of their own financial products within their own boundaries. But now, when it comes to loans, robo-advisors, and others across the market, now My Data can give the options to these financial banks so that they can choose the domains that best suited their advantages, and that they can merge various services to best fit the taste of individual consumers. And I believe that we have to ease some regulations about personal data and privacy. There's a confusion between personal data and privacy intrusion. Of course, regulating, controlling data for privacy is important, you have to also guarantee free flow of data as long as it does not intrude on privacy of people. If data can flow freely, then the more convergence in services and this merged services will appear, then the more platforms will be established fully to make our digital financial economy more vibrant. So that is my outlook. The leading countries like the US, they are at the fourth stage. They have big tech companies, they're merging different industries. Of course, Korea is right now moving toward the fourth stage, but it is not growing efficiently, and some of the regulations have to be eased to facilitate the evolution. And there's these multiple digital finance. I think there's vertical finance and horizontal finance. I'm using this concept for the first time, but I think you can understand the concepts. These vertical platform or vertical finance is based on the CPU-driven platform. And I think that many platforms are maximizing this vertical finance. Then what about the horizontal system? That is a blockchain technology. I'm not sure whether blockchain technology can solve everything or the quantum computing has to be introduced to dominate the industry. But I think that we are in a transition period, and after this transition is over, how the future unfolds remains unsure. But I think that the change is in order. We will move toward a hybrid of vertical and horizontal system. Vertical is all about efficiency, but platform companies themselves becomes market, and whether the competition will be fair, would they open data transparently, and would they be fair when they treat consumers when they dominate the market? We cannot be sure. Then the government has to intervene, that they have to levy so much tax and then they distribute the tax across the market. But this does not mean that market is not functioning. If the government intervenes too much, then the free market economy cannot flourish. If you go to the vertical platform economy, then the future is bleak. Some elites and large capital will come into the market and change the market structure into the hybrid system. Right now, blockchain is not cost effective if you think about the capacity and the cost. But AI was the same. Before this revolution, AI was rule-based and AI was not so effective. And after having some lessons, now we have machine learning for AI to find the optimal solution without any rules. And I think a blockchain would go through the same development cycle. And App 3.0 is the structure that combines AI and blockchain. I'm not sure whether it will be successful, but since there's this high, strong need, the change will surely come. So even though we not right now have the vertical structure for fintechs, but the horizontal system will soon emerge. We have this interest rate shock across the world. Korea is not an exception. From this March and June, July, October, they had these giant steps. But to think of the implication of these giant steps, up until last year, for the 14 years after Lehman incident, there was this coupling trend, the synchronization. Liquidity was abundant, and there was a venture bubble and venture boom. A year ago, this decoupling started. The cycle went down, liquidity decreased, interest rate went up. And this decoupling started at the early part of this year, continues. And we're seeing the bust of venture bubbles and the true VC leaders and true startup leaders will emerge, like the Lehman incident. So this is more like an IPD bubble. So after the bubble is a bust, now we can sort out the best one from the worst one. And VC industry will also change as a consequence. And the fintech industry can become the infrastructure for the new financial industry that is soon to come. So vertical digital finance will be changed into a hybrid form, and hybrid horizontal digital asset, which is a cryptocurrencies. They will also go ups and downs. Whenever this change comes, all of the bubbles of the assets will be burst, and the fund run incident is looming. And when there was this Terra Luna incident, I was not too worried. But since the bankruptcy of FTX, now the Goldman Sachs and other financial institutes, they also have their investment in the cryptocurrencies. And because of the FTX incident, they have to sell their own cryptocurrency shares. And that will lead to the sudden drop of cryptocurrency prices, and they can have some ripple effects across the financial industry. And we are worried about this potential shock. But after this potential shock, new types of financial industry will emerge. So after some pain, there will be a new birth, and I think this new birth will take place in 2 to 3 years. How this will end will not be figured out by Mr. Powell himself. This is not just the issue for the U.S. This is not the U.S. is also suffering from some unknown external risks. So even Mr. Powell, the Fed chair, does not know the repercussions of the end of this cycle. And many fintech companies, they are in the early stage, but others are already in the mature stage. So they will deal with the consequences differently. And I don't have any crystal ball that shows the future. Do I have enough time? Let me just be brief. So the convergence trend has already started. And I think even though we use this term digital finance, I think mobile finance is a more appropriate term, but that is not so popular by the media or the government. So when you talk about this digital finance, it is actually the mobile finance in our hands. So I think that the Kakao Bank has a great impact in the Korean financial industry. It is a great hit, and it has to be included in the textbook examples of a fintech company that is disrupting the whole industry. And in the real estate market, I think that the 70-80% of the assets owned by the Korean companies are real estate. I think the YouTube business model is based on the building owners or real estate property owners. It is like receiving rents from tenants. So now PropTech is emerging, and the real estate market itself is having this transition from analog to digital. And Korea's real estate market thrived based on this asymmetry of information. But if the real estate market of Korea goes through this transition, then the repercussion is huge. The change will be transformational, and it did not even start. And what about cryptocurrencies? We all have our own exchange, like a Bit or But when we talk about unicorn companies are unlisted private companies. And when they have IPOs, then the financial institutes will come. But if you want to have more profit, then they will invest in before IPO. But because of the capital market and venture capital, the boundaries are being blurred. Because of that, and now the traditional investors and the VCs, and they are becoming merged. And through digitalization, the unlisted companies will be also vetted by analysts. And the marriage between e-commerce and crowdfunding will take place.
사실 이거 굉장히 한국에서는 중요한 거예요.
I think this is a very important point in Korea. Tada was a great failure in Korea. It is because of the strike or protest by taxi drivers. I think that it was a very serious issue for many taxi drivers. So why was it so serious? The technology revolution is disruptive in its essence, and I don't think it's absolute virtue. I think the synergetic revolution should be the most desirable one. Disruptive innovation, they come with damages, replacing the traditional industry. Of course, consumers can benefit from this transition with better productivity and competitiveness. But what about jobs? Jobs will disappear because more people will be replaced by fewer people. And then the people displaced will take out to hit the streets to have a protest. That is a very natural phenomenon. So if you cannot manage these social conflicts, then you cannot have this disruptive evolution in the industries, and this will determine the very success and failure of new technology. Since I don't have enough time, I cannot give you details, but I think that Tada's business model is a great model. It could have a great synergy, but it did not create the jobs. But if it wanted to create jobs, then data has to be leveraged. We are just controlling the flow of data because of the privacy issue, but I think that is a very foolish mistake. This one is also very interesting. Digital finance is a market in the hand, and the scalability can lead to unicorn companies. And if you have great ideas, then the consumers across the world can be your customers. That is why the investors are coming in to have unicorn companies. But think about this. Digital revolution is taking place usually domestically. They are not going beyond national boundaries. Only investors are going across national boundaries. Either iPhone or Galaxy, this market is very homogeneous. But data coming from these homogeneous markets can be very disruptive. And not just the investors, but also businesses have to be reminded of this. Now we have AI convergence, and I think the next banner is blockchain. And if IoTC, I think that the IoT, if it becomes more popularized, connecting objects to objects and objects to people, then there will be elite or geniuses who unlock their potentials. Then the disruptive revolution will take place. We are at the crossroads of this transition from the vertical system to horizontal system. But at this juncture, we have these shocks from interest rate hike. So this is where we are situated. There's a cyclical change and structural change. What is cyclical change? After the Lehman bankruptcy, there has been this repeat of cycles. History repeats itself. But in the low point, people will suffer from grave consequences. They kill themselves. And what about this cycle? It is because of the technology revolution, and this cycle will never repeat because new technology will come. Now the synchronization is no longer to be seen, and we are having this transition of decoupling. So from boom to bubble, now we are at this stage of bubble being burst. This is a very critical juncture. We have to be very cautious to respond to this transition to find a new growth engine. Businesses, the same goes for businesses, but businesses have their own different situations. Businesses who can reach BEP, they will enjoy huge opportunities. But what about the businesses who cannot reach BEP, especially the financial fintech companies that wants to be platforms, and that they have this new employees, but they are very far away from BEP, like Amazon when it was in the early growth stage. When you are at this stage, you have to be very careful about fundraising, but you have to also put more attention on retaining talent. the young talents, since they have not experienced this experience, they are not loyal to their companies and employers. How to retain your best talents? That will determine your future as a startup entrepreneurs when you want to do some new business with these new types of talents. In early 2000s, there were some companies who soared high during synchronization period, but whenever there was a disruption or desynchronization, some of those companies just disappear. For example, Google, Facebook, other giant big tech companies, they didn't exist before the IT bubble, before the IT bubble burst. Well, and that's on my presentation. Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much, Professor. Your presentation was so interesting, so I was paying attention to your presentation. I think that we have two questions for Altos Venture and Finda.
So it's about scale-up strategy. You need to make projections on the market and develop strategies to scale up. But the macroeconomic environment is very challenging, and many fintech companies are just trying to survive, trying to endure. And I think the survival strategies is being adopted by many fintechs and startups because investment is not as strong as before. First, I have a question to Altos Ventures. Will you continue to invest in big tech and fintech? There are many startups who are curious to know your investment strategy in the future. So if you can give us some insights on the strategy of Altos Ventures, that would be great. As you mentioned, the environment is not ripe for startups to secure funds.
And the valuation of listed companies went down, and this affects the valuation of non-listed companies. And we are sorting the good from the bad right now. Of course, this is a very difficult, challenging period for businesses, but I think this is also an opportunity for good companies to become better. For example, some of our portfolio companies, they are cutting back on their marketing expenses to drive their growth and profitability. They are conducting various experiments right now to become better companies. So as an investor, we are being very active in making investment decisions, and we participated in the toss in capital fundraising round, and we also participated in the Carrots funding round, and we are planning to be part of this capital increase round of Toss Bank. And from the investor point perspective, that the company valuation went down. So this is a great opportunity. We are not sure whether this is a fair valuation or not. Since we have lower valuation, now the both listed and unlisted companies have become cheaper. And these big tech companies, whether they can create more profits based on their innovation internally, we believe that big tech or fintech companies can continue their innovation in a very meaningful manner. That is why we are being very proactive in investing in fintech companies. In fintech companies, we have invested $620 million, and half of the money went to Korean fintech companies, and the money will increase going forward. And right now, we have this fund of $1.2 or $1.3 billion in the fund that will be used to invest actively in the Korean market. And lastly, this is a very challenging period for many banks and financial institutes, and I believe that the Korea's industrial bank has played a very important role to support many Korean businesses so that they can be kept afloat. And the startup tech companies, they can raise their funds even in this difficult period thanks to the support from the state-owned and the state-run bank. And I believe that they will play a big role in the future.
We have 6 minutes left. So I will ask you to be brief. The next question goes to Finda. There are many fintechs that are being established. Some are successful, some fail to survive. What is the secret to Finda's success? That's a very difficult question to answer. So there is no one secret recipe to the growth and success of a startup. If we just look at the case of Finda, so around 7 years ago it was established, and it had a very consistent goal throughout the years. That goal is to recommend better financial products to our users. That is the key goal or the mission of our founders, and it was to address an issue that they have been facing when they were trying to purchase financial products. So that consistent goal and vision has guided us throughout the years. We were able to find the right pain points, and that pain point was being felt more severely in the market than we thought. There was some luck, there was some serendipity, and so we cannot neglect the positive impact of the luck that we had. But along with that luck and then industrial change, we had patience, we were able to accumulate our capabilities throughout the years. And if you compare the beginning of Finda and now, many people applaud us for a lot of the development that we have made. But there was a time when everything seemed very challenging for us for the first 4 or 5 years, and we still try to remember what it was like when we first established the company. If we move slightly away from Finda, the success and demise of a company is very difficult to predict. The environment may not be right. They might not have the luck. But if you are able to capture the luck because you have been well prepared, I think that is the opportunity that you need to secure. And for Finda, we were well prepared, but the regulatory environment was relaxed. We were able to participate in the sandbox projects of the government, and we had the internal capabilities to capture those business opportunities. And so that luck and well preparation, accumulation of capabilities and know-how, I think was key to our survival. I briefly talked with Mr. Oh before this session, but that endurance, that attitude to survive, trying to find your business opportunities, I think will lead to your this year and next year, and you will continue to survive. So I'm sorry I don't have a very glamorous answer, but I think being very basic is very important. I have a question for Mr. Chung. I have a couple of questions for you actually. For Finda, so Finda worked with savings banks and try to be a fair intermediary and charge a reasonable fee in the process. And the loan of savings banks grew by 260%. But savings banks do not have a lot of branches offline, so they find it challenging to attract customers. But Finda has the customer base to be able to connect the two. So one side didn't have customers, the other side had the customer base based on digitalization. And then if you look at Mr. Jung, he talks about robo-advisors. So using the algorithms, they are able to provide services to legacy financial companies. And they are able to provide those innovative financial services on their platform. So everything is about attracting customers, about securing customer base. The customer base is what gives competitive edge. And at the end of the day, fintechs are aiming to become platforms. Legacy finance companies already have platforms, but they are not able to leverage them. So they are coming up with a one-app strategy under the financial holding company. then ultimately it's about customer and data. And if you look at the presentation material of Mr. Chung, we talked about payment. Payment is receiving the most investment, followed by blockchain. I thought blockchain would receive the most investment, but it's only second to payment. So when we talk about payment service, one key merit of payment service was because they can secure customers. So, which is not the case for blockchain. Blockchain will be applied in the market later on, but right now the focus is on payments. Then if we relate that to the scale-up strategy of fintechs, how can we approach this? So does fintech always need to cooperate with legacy big banks? What can be the direction for fintechs in terms of securing large customer base? And a question that we receive from the floor is that there are food delivery apps launched by banks. Is that even possible? And what is the impact of a food delivery app of banks? What do you think of this combination? So the bank is engaging in a platform business, and so they are moving into the area of big tech companies. So maybe you can answer these questions at once.
Well, yes, you're right. Platform is very important, but everyone cannot do a platform business. And this has to also follow the rule of supply and demand. And if there is oversupply, then it will become difficult. And every platform is not good. I think that the platform has to have loyalty from its users. Even though you have a wide user base, if your users are not loyal, then because of the anonymity of the mobile trend, if new services introduced, then this trend can be changed very swiftly. And we have to think about how to make our users or customers more loyal to my services. And if there's no loyalty, then the conducting platform business will be very challenging, and it will just eat up more of your money just to survive. But if you have a very competitive platform, and if you are a very small gaming company, but the loyalty is 100%, so you have this huge, strong fans like the BTS fans, then you can survive. And if you are connecting your platform with medical services, which are really competitive and effective, then the users of your services are very loyal. And even though your user base is very small, then everyone would come to you to sign a contract. So in the era of a platform, the sheer size of customer user base is not important. How strong the bondage is, how strong loyalty is really important. And if your business model does not have that loyalty, you don't have to follow the platform business model. And platform has two advantages like the convergence and the data. And if you want to have the convergence, then you need to have the data. That is why these big companies have competitiveness and they have this power to connect all these different services. So every fintech company has its own business model, and they have to think about the potential synergy effects of their business models. But you have to be very good at your own unique business to have this competitiveness. But one of the fallacies they fall into is that whenever you are doing well, then you want to scale up right away. But even though you want to scale up and expand your presence, you have to advance your core services to make your users more loyal. Without a loyalty, if you just keep on scaling up, then you will be in a big trouble. So when you do the scale up strategy, you have to think about the unique features of your services and the business model. And I think that the bank in Korea is going for the scalability. And right now in Korea, we have this very strict separation between the industry capital and financial capital, but the regulation is being eased right now. But it is not about the ease of regulation that the non-finance entering the financial sector. Before, the IT companies, they came into the financial sector, and the financial sector did not come out to other sectors, and this raised up this unequal rules. So the many banking companies, they ask for ease of regulation to have this level playing field, as although the banks were allowed to have a platform business as a consequence. But to make this platform business more effective, the separation should be eased so that the banks should be allowed to do non-financial businesses as well. But devil is in the detail. What kind of approach will it take to grow non-financial sector? Will you go on your own as a standalone business, or do you have to go through the subsidiary business, or do you have to form partnership to go out? So the detailed rules have to be hashed out. And I think that the direct entry will not be allowed, and you have to go through subsidiaries or the partnerships. That would be the approach that the government would take. And I think that digital transformation goes through 4 stages. Like first one is unbundling. And if you are doing very well in the one sector, then everyone would come to you, because you have loyal customers, loyal users. And this company A, if they introduce other services, then your loyal users would use other service types that you are providing. And after that, you become a bundling company, a platform company. And if you have a platform business, then you can have a massive amount of data, and you can apply AI or machine learning to come up with innovative new services. That is why we have My Data in place. And why banks go to delivery services? It is the convergence of finance with non-finance. Thanks to the ease of regulation, the financial institutes are now marching toward non-financial sectors. And I think there's just one clue to the future outlook. Dang Xiaoping or Chuang Bangxin, the Ping An Insurance, is working with Alibaba to have this hybrid insurance company, and it is creating some synergy effects. We just talked about disruptive innovation, but disruptive innovation will just lead to demonstrations and protests. We need to have more hybrid form to create new industries rather than replacing traditional industries that can complicate the problems. So to have new industries, data has to be leveraged fully. So for that, we need to eliminate the rules on data.
So we are 6 minutes past the time. So I think what Mr. Chung mentioned right now actually summarizes our session. So I think I can conclude our discussion today. Thank you. Thank you for the very passionate presentations and the discussions. While I was listening to this discussion, I also felt that it was very insightful. So please give everyone on the stage a big round of applause. We also have audience on YouTube and who are leaving questions on our YouTube channel. I would also like to thank you for participating as well. We will soon meet you again with our Session 3. The theme of Session 3 is Digital Finance in the World. We will see you very soon. Thank you.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 저희 세
So
번째
may I have your
세션 세계
attention?
속
Session
디지털
3
금융이라는
will
주제로
start
시작될
shortly.
예정입니다. 혹시 아직까지 밖에 계신 분들께서는 이제
Those of
바로
you who are
입장하셔서
still
자리에
outside the
착석
main venue,
부탁드리겠습니다.
please come
네,
inside
다시
and take
한번
your
안내
seats.
말씀드리겠습니다. 이제 곧 이어서 세
May I
번째
have your
세션
attention?
세계 속 디지털
Session
금융이라는
3 Digital
주제로
Finance
세
in the
번째
World
세션을
will
시작할
start
예정입니다.
shortly.
모두 입장하셔서
Please
자리에 착석
come inside the
부탁드리겠습니다.
venue and take your
고맙습니다.
seat. Thank you so much.
네, 2022 서울 디지털 금융 컨퍼런스 세 번째
So let me
세션
start session
시작하도록
3 of
하겠습니다. 세계 속
2022
디지털 금융이라는 주제로 총 세 분의
Seoul
발표와
Digital
패널
Finance
토론
Conference.
이제 준비를
We
하고
have three
있습니다.
speakers for
본
this
세션의
session under the topic of digital finance
금융감독원
in the world.
이범열 국제
And
업무
this session
지원관님께서
will be
맡아주실
chaired
예정입니다.
by Lee Bum-yeol from
지원관님께서는
FSS.
미국 게티스버그 대학의
Lee Bum-yeol
경제학과 교수
has
그리고
worked as an
금융감독원의
economics professor at the Gettysburg University of the US, and he was also director of Financial Health Korea under FSS, and he is right now senior advisor of FSS International Financial Market Department. And I believe he will smoothly moderate this session. Now I'd like to hand over the microphone to the chair. Please give a big hand. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I am Lee Bum-yeol from Financial Supervisory Service, FSS. This is the last session for today. I watched the two previous sessions. And before starting session 3, let me give you some comment. The reason why we are holding this session with a very distinguished guest to find out ways to promote FinTech hub in Korea. And we wanted to also think about the ways to further develop FinTech industry in Korea. And as was discussed in session 1 and 2, we have this collaboration between the traditional banks and new FinTech companies. And how will this collaboration be unfolded? In Seoul Metropolitan government wanted to find out the future direction of the fintech industry in Korea. It is to make Seoul as global financial hub city. That is the ultimate objective of having this conference. That is why we have selected digital finance in the world as the topic for session 3. It is to find out the latest trends of digital financial industry in the emerging market and the digital finance hub cities across the world. We also offered 3 presentations. We have speakers from Brazil and Vietnam and the UK to find out some lessons from these countries so that Seoul can emerge as digital financial hub in the world. Like the previous sessions, we have 15 minutes for each speaker, and after 15-minute presentation is over, there will be 20-minute discussion there where we will receive questions from the floor. So the first speaker is Mr. Diego Perez, President of the FinTech Association of Brazil. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Well, hello everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Diego Perez. I'm president of the FinTech Association of Brazil, AB Fintechs. Well, Brazil is very far from here. It took me more than 25 hours to get here through planes and a long time connection in Dubai airport. But finally I got here and I'm very happy to share some thoughts and to speak about the FinTech scenario, not only in Brazil, but also in Latin America, which is a region that has all the opportunities available for developing this market. And we are very happy to be here and to talk to you guys about our scene. So AB Fintechs is an association. We were initially formed in 2016 when Brazil was initiating to talk and to collaborate with local regulators in order to try to develop and foster this market. At the time, we were around 50 fintech companies, and now we have more than 1,000 fintechs in Brazil, around 1,200 fintechs. So it's an impressive number. In a slow time, in a short time of period, we could reach this number, so we are very proud of it. But now AB Fintechs has around 600 fintechs as members. So we are the most representative association of this market in Brazil. But also we have another smaller associations that collaborate with us, associations that are focused on specific markets like lending, payments, and crowdfunding. But our association comprises all the sectors. So we are big enough to interact with regulators and to speak regarding all sectors. But usually we talk to the other associations as well and try to do something together to offer to Brazilians the best opportunity to use financial services in an innovative way, okay? So also, we are part of a big alliance in Latin America. We have more than 10 associations together in the FinTech Ibero-America Alliance, which is a group of FinTech associations not only from Latin America, but also from Portugal and Spain, because we speak the same language. In South America, we speak both Spanish and Portuguese. It's similar language, and we usually talk together to put efforts to develop this market locally. So it's very important to be connected with them, because if you consider South America, we are a very big market, more than 500 million population. It's similar to Europe, but we have a lot to develop. So there's a lot of opportunities, and there's a lot of people to be included on the financial services as well. We are emerging markets, as they used to say, but we could develop very fast along the way. So it's very important for us to share all the information that we have here. So the fintech landscape in Latin America, basically the IDB, the Inter-American Development Bank, presented a report that mapped around 2,400 fintechs on the region on the year of 2021. It's a lot of companies, divided in basically 14 countries that was part of this study, this research. Brazil is in the first place. We are the biggest market in the region and the biggest population as well. Half of Latin America is considered the Brazilian population. But also we have big markets like Mexico, like Argentina, Colombia, and they are doing a very great job to try to put the population inside the financial services market. And this is the growth of the fintech sector throughout the years. So since 2017, more than doubled the number of fintechs in Latin America. And this is the concentration of fintechs spread on the countries. So as you can see, Brazil is in the first place with 31% of the fintech companies locally. Mexico in the second place, followed by Colombia, Argentina, Chile, and so on. We have small markets like Nicaragua, Bolivia, and Paraguay, but they speak the same language. They used to cooperate and operate in a collaborative way. So it's usually people from Bolivia have friends and colleagues in Colombia and Mexico, Venezuela, and so on. So there's opportunity to them to be connected and to try to develop this market together. So here are the main markets on this report. The payments and remittances is the most relevant market, with 25% of the companies mapped in this report, followed by the lending services then the business technology solutions for financial institutions, which are basically the enablers and facilitators for financial institutions to offer financial services in an innovative way. Okay, and followed by another kinds of services like enterprise financial management, personal finance management, insurances, wealth management, crowdfunding, and digital banks. So when it comes to Brazil, Distrito is a large consulting firm. They offer a map of the fintech scenario. In Brazil, we have more than 1,200 fintechs, as I mentioned. And the number of the fintechs that offer some kind of services that maybe is part of the financial services distribution operation is around 260 companies. It's something we call RegTechs or financial efficiency startups. Basically, those services for clearing the authentication of users and AML features to make things easier to manage and so on. So if you put them together, we have around more than 1,000 fintechs in Brazil. So Brazil is the most significant market, the most representative market in Latin America. And we are very proud of the numbers that we have here. And this slide, this chart here is in Portuguese, but I'll try to pass through them. This is the sectors of fintechs in Brazil. And the most representative is lending. The lending sectors is basically 17% of the fintech companies in Brazil, followed by the payment institutions, then back office solutions, and digital services, technology, cryptocurrencies. We have a very vibrant market when it comes to cryptocurrencies in Brazil. Investments, followed by risk and compliance solutions, loyalty programs, personal finance management, crowdfunding, debts, it's platforms to recover debts, and also foreign exchange and private label cards. Those are the most representative segments in Brazil. We have another specific segments like in Brazil, the most wealthy market is the agribusiness. We have a lot of fintechs that offer services exclusively for agribusiness, but somehow they are solutions for credit and loans and or means of payments, and they are listed in this chart here. And these companies, they are prospering very fast in Brazil when they are offering services for a specific segment, not only agribusiness, but also another kind of services like health services, insurances, and so on. Okay, and this is the map of the fintechs throughout the years. It grew very fast. If you see the image, it kept growing. You know, so the first map was from 2015, and the last one 2019. So we have more than 1,000 fintechs to put in one single slide, so there is not enough space. But this can provide you an image of the fintech scenario in Brazil and how fast things are happening there. The concentration of fintechs in Brazil, basically they are based on the southeast region of Brazil, where São Paulo state leads with 70% of the fintechs. It's very concentrated. But obviously, São Paulo is the financial hub, the financial center of Brazil, and they are based there. But we have fintechs all over Brazil. The north side of Brazil, we have a lower population, so the number of fintechs based there is lower as well. But in the south side is the second most well-developed region in Brazil. that represents a very a region that receives a large number of entrepreneurs to develop tech companies in Brazil. Okay, and this is a list of the financial hubs of the world that has the most comprehensive number of fintechs. San Francisco, California is in the first place, followed by London and New York. And then we have São Paulo, my city, in the fourth place. So there is no other region or there is no other city on the south hemisphere of our globe with more fintechs than São Paulo. So São Paulo is more vibrant than cities like Berlin, Amsterdam, and San Diego, and so on. So there's a lot of opportunities down there in São Paulo. And if you have plans to go there, drop me a message so I can present you to the local enablers. And some regulatory developments. Very recently, the Brazilian Central Bank presented the fast payment system we call PIX. The PIX is a means of payments offered by the Brazilian government, but in an open way. Okay, so you can offer the PIX in your services if you are a regulated entity. It doesn't matter how big you are. If you are a big bank or a small fintech company, you can offer the fast payment system for the Brazilian population. You just have to meet the requirements in order to offer this in a secure way for the population. But once you have these minimum requirements met, you are able to offer this fast payment system that works 24/7. It doesn't matter if it's in the week or weekends. You can transfer money directly to your mobile app, to a friend, to a colleague, to a person that you are negotiating something in a very fast way. And we have some big numbers here. So the platform offered more than 500 million transaction keys. This is the number of transaction keys activated through the platform. So this platform grew very fast in Brazil. Less than 2 years, we could reach this big number of 500 million transaction keys. It's like more than twice the population of Brazil. It's possible because you can have more than one key, okay? You can use your mobile phone, your email address, your taxpayer number as a key, but you don't have more than 5 keys. So the numbers are very impressive because in Brazil we have 200 million people and 130 million are now connected to PIX. So it was a true way to include the Brazilian population on the market, on the financial services, with more than 2 trillion single transactions since the beginning. And another big numbers, all the big banks in Brazil are connected to PIX. More than 110 fintechs offer PIX as a means of payments, and also the Brazilian tax authority to collect taxes in Brazil use the PIX as well. So I'm going a bit faster now, just to keep track on time. This is the chart of the transactions, of the number of accounted, registered on the PIX services as well. And also the number of PIX transactions throughout the months. We have more than 1 trillion reais. Reais is the Brazilian currency operated monthly, which means something around $200 billion, sorry. It's a lot of money and the volume is impressive. And now, last but not least, the open finance in Brazil is a reality. We use the UK system as an inspiration, but things are working very well in Brazil. It's a new way to operate your finance based on data. So you can use all the information that you have that is stored on a banking provider in your favor. So they have the goals to improve the Brazilian market, to promote competition, to encourage innovation, and also to increase the efficiency of the national financial system, okay? So some big numbers, we have more than 10 million active consents of data sharing on the Brazilian Open Finance platform, more than 300 million API calls so far, it's a big number, and more than 6 billion API calls since the beginning. Oh, the first number, 300 million, is the API calls in the last week, okay? 6 billion API calls since the beginning of the market, with more than 800 entities operating on the platform. So this is the number of the transactions, the consents provided throughout the months since the beginning, like 2 years ago, around 2 years ago. And the number is keep growing, okay? This is the number of API calls as well. And this is the two ways that you can operate your finances through the open finance system in Brazil. Through payment initiation service provider, similar to the UK, when you can transact over this platform. And it's something that is very particular for from the Brazilian open finance system, the credit proposal forwarding, where you can offer lending services through the open finance platform. And this is the number of payment initiation transactions is keep growing very fast month to month. And this new way to operate your finances are moving to insurances and capital markets as well. In Brazil, we have a particular situation because we have more than one regulator for financial services. We have one for banking services, another for insurances, another one for investments, but they are somehow collaborating, and we are working together with them to promote this phenomenon in Brazil. So this is my contact. You can add me on LinkedIn, and we keep on touch. Thank you very much.
예, 감사드립니다.
Well, thank you so much.
발표에 나온 것처럼
As was explained, July 2021, according to Global FinTech Index, Silicon Valley, London, New York, and Sao Paulo, following these three cities, ranked number 4 FinTech city. This is a really a significant, this has this meaning of significance. It has this vast territory, a population of 500 million people. It has a large market, and the languages are very similar. That is the very ample ground, fertile ground for fintech industry development. But why Sao Paulo is the only city that has this well-developed fintech industry? I think that's thanks to the policies and the Sao Paulo city government and the hard working efforts of fintech companies in Brazil. Now I'd like to invite the second speaker to the podium. Second speaker will give us a presentation on Vietnam fintech landscape. Our speaker is the chairman of MD, which is a ride-hailing app of Vietnam, Mr. An Nubin. He is also the strategic director of VMPay, and after Techco Ventures, he is right now the chairman of MD. I'd like to invite Mr. An Nubin to the podium for a presentation.
So hello everyone. So today very happy to stay here to tell you about Vietnam fintech landscape. So who am I? Okay. So Vietnam is a developing country. We have more than 90 million population, and now in Vietnam is a great time for fintech area, fintech period. So from 5 years ago, in Vietnam we have only 39 fintech company, but right now we have a near 200 fintech company. So the speed of growth is very fast. But when we compare with other countries in Southeast of Asia, we are only stay in 6th ranking, but Vietnam right now we has a lot of opportunity to grow more fast. Yeah. So fintech industry value in Vietnam current is $11 billion, and transaction value expect to 27 billion by 2025 with 70 million users. So it means right now in Vietnam we have only 30 million users who touch in fintech service. But next 2 years, we expect that we grow more than 100%. Why we can do it? So, firstly, fintech is most attractive area which has a lot of investment. Yeah. So in last year, Vietnam we have $250 million investment for VNPay and 100 million for Momo. Both of two companies are unique fintech in Vietnam, and not at all. So 26% of total investment are focused on fintech. The second rank is e-commerce and edtech. So it means fintech in Vietnam in last 5 years, we have a lot of interest from foreign capital, venture, and foreign financial institution because of that. So right now, fintech in Vietnam, we following the new trend of global. So, but not like in Brazil. So the most of growing fast of sector in Vietnam is e-wallet and digital payment. So digital payment and e-wallet and right now it make 31% in market share of fintech. The second rank in sector is P2P lending, and other very attractive is blockchain and cryptocurrency. As the last one, is very important for the Vietnam fintech market is a point of sale. Yeah, it's a four sector as very important for the fintech landscape. So following the World Bank, 79% people in Vietnam not have access to formal financial service, including lending, and 60% of small and medium enterprise are not able to borrow from bank due to a lack of access. It means so there is a big market for financial and banking service in Vietnam to grow. So, but P2P lending and blockchain or cryptocurrency or crowdfunding are still not recognized in Vietnam. But last year, Vietnamese government has allowed a sandbox to peer-to-peer lending, blockchain can try in pilot program. So other sector in Vietnam like wealth management, SME lending, buy now pay later, insurance tech, still in early stage in Vietnam. So I told a lot about the opportunity of fintech market in Vietnam because COVID is a game changer. So COVID have a lot of people have know about the cashless payment and e-finance in Vietnam in last 2 years. So a lot of bank and a lot of financial startup provide the e-financial service. Because that the number of people know about the digital payment is changed a lot, changed 2-3 times in Vietnam. When to compare with the time before the COVID pandemic. And government, Vietnamese government, we has a big program to help the enterprise and small and medium company in Vietnam do digital transformation with local software. So State Bank in Vietnam do the sandbox regulation for payment, peer-to-peer lending, for eKYC, for open banking, and other service like credit scoring, crowdfunding, which 2 years ago, there's a lot of startup want to try the new this service in Vietnam, but could not do it. And a draft for a law in digital technology industry to help in blockchain area. So it means in next 2 years. So there's a lot of new startup in Vietnam will be opened for the sandbox program and for the news market. So once important in Vietnam is about mobile money. So mobile money is approved to pilot program for the telcos. Which telco which has a license in intermediary payment, so telco can try the mobile money program. So it means one account of telco can use like a payment account. So but the limitation of a mobile money account will be small. So mobile money is a program will help the people in countryside is very far from the city can approach to the financial service easier. So right now in Vietnam is a digital payment time. So yeah, we have 70% is use digital payment is increased, and new payment method like QR pay, digital wallet, biometric payment, or other digital payment is increased very quickly. So every Vietnamese often use digital payment for bill payment, supermarket, and travel travel service. So right now in Vietnam, QR code is the most important digital payment. So everybody can use a mobile banking app, e-wallet, or enterprise wallet to pay every service online or apply at point of sale. About the e-wallet market, so we expect that in 2025, so the volume transaction is 76 billion and valuation of transaction is $420 billion. So right now in Vietnam, we have more than 20 of e-wallet, but only top of e-wallet only 6. Yeah, and the most of e-wallet is Momo, maybe you know. Yeah, and the second is Viettel Pay, and third e-wallet is Shopee Pay. Shopee is the unicorn in Singapore. And not talking about P2P lending or blockchain or cryptocurrency or about SME lending, which are in a pilot program, because in pilot program, so there are some limitation. So we need time to try between government and startup and financial institution. Right now in Vietnam, there is a chance, is a collaboration between financial institution, bank with startup to try to provide a new service, like a foreign bank or small bank focus on digital banking, because banks, they have a lot of resource, and customer startup have a technology and innovation in the way to acquire the user or provide service. So the collaboration between bank, financial institution, and startup is a good way that to become a last long enterprise when the economic in the world is complicated situation. So digital payment is still the top chain in Vietnam. So, but in the digital payment, there are some other small sub-chain like prepaid contact lead card. So it means bank will provide some prepaid contact lead card via their merchant, via startup. Startup with like e-wallet or startup like point of sale software management who has a lot of customer. So bank will issue the prepaid contactless card via this merchant and this startup. So the second is a soft post and biometric pay is technology. So user in Vietnam in next year can pay via mobile phone. Look like the card will be virtual, like a Samsung Pay or Apple Pay. So the virtual card for the bank, and the like post of bank. So merchant will use their mobile phone like a post of bank to accept the bank card or the payment card. So it means the physical post will be lost in Vietnam in next 5 years because short post. Yeah. And the last chain is a corporate e-wallet and enterprise cash flow management, because you know it's a lot of big corp, a lot of enterprise. Right now they have not their own e-wallet or financial management solution for their customer. Although they have a lot of customer, but right now they must use the software from the other financial startup, as a fintech startup, but they cannot out this technology. But now a lot of big corp with a lot of end user, they rent the service from fintech to fix this. So yeah, this is some overview information about the Vietnam fintech landscape. I hope that this will be very helpful for you. And I think Vietnam is a good land for the new investment. Yeah, thank you.
예, 원두민 대표님 감사합니다. 예, 대표님께서
Thank you for the insightful presentation.
대표로 계시는 MD라는
MD
기업에 대해서는 전혀 말씀 안 하시고요.
was not mentioned by Mr. On Noo-bin at all. The presenter spoke about the overview of the fintech industry in Vietnam. Thank you for providing us with that landscape. Not only in Vietnam, but also Southeast Asia overall, mobile penetration is very prevalent and data access is quite easy. So Korea and Japan, we first built the landline and then we migrated to mobile. But in Southeast Asia, they don't have the landline. So everyone just jumps to the mobile. Landline is not a step that they take. Finance can be similar as well. If the country is big and highly populated, traditional bank or brokerage or insurance may not be able to serve nationwide. They may be highly penetrating the cities, but they are not able to serve everyone. So there is room for fintech to gain market presence. And that will reduce conflict between the legacy players and new fintechs. Vietnam is 90 million in population. It's very long vertically, and there is very large population of a younger generation. So I think the environment is optimal for fintechs. Of course, like Brazil, there is a federation and entrepreneurs and financial authorities, of course, would be very, their efforts would be very important as well. The next presentation is from the UK. It will be presented by the head of membership and growth of Innovate Finance, Ms. Rashi Pandey. Please give her a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. I usually don't like to stand on the podium and I like to walk around, but thank you so much to my previous presenters. And I have to say, it's absolutely lovely to be in your beautiful city. I landed yesterday.
이렇게 아름다운 한국에 와서 여러분들께 발표를
Look at my dress. I got the branding on point. I think I'm doing something right. But thank you again. Very happy to present about the UK fintech ecosystem, what makes London so special. So quickly about me, I'm the head of membership at Innovate Finance. We are the industry body for fintech in the UK. What does that mean? That means we came out of the government in 2014 when the government realized that an industry body was very much needed to facilitate this new budding industry. And actually, 2014 is when I joined the fintech ecosystem as well. I worked at 2 payment startups and a blockchain startup before moving on and working with the industry. So what is exactly our mission? Our mission is to make financial services inclusive for everyone who uses it. And we are trying to be the voice of global fintech and especially UK fintech globally. How do we do that? We do that by 3 key pieces. So one of them is to convene and to connect. We try our best to bring the entire ecosystem together. As I said before, because we came out of the government, we have regular meetings with them, with the FCA, Department of International Trade, Bank of England, number 10 Business Advisory Unit. Alongside the regulators and the government, we also, obviously being the industry body for fintech, we have a lot of fintechs that we work closely with, large financial institutions, as well as investors and international peers, very much like my friend here, Diego. The other thing that we do for a lot of our members, and especially fintechs, is advocating and lobby. You have to understand, a lot of fintechs, they don't have the tools to shout about what they're doing, right? So we try and be their voice to tell the whole world, you know what, fintech is there to help you, make a more inclusive financial services sector. We try and speak to banks and be like, you're looking to solve, X, Y, and Z. Look at these solutions, A, B, and C, for example. And the last thing that we do is we try and champion and promote the sector as a whole, because it's still very new. So you can see us as sitting in the middle of the ecosystem, where we're connecting all these different players together. A lot of the fintechs include very small players, your early stage startups, to your high growths, very much like those mentioned before, like your Wise, Monzo, Starling, Revolut. You guys must have heard these names before. Large financial institutions like your Barclays, JP Morgan, Lloyds Bank, Citi, etc. And then, like I said, we also work closely with some law firms and consulting firms as well, because they try and help drive our programs forward, because we are a non-for-profit and a very small team. So how do we do that? This is a snapshot, a very quick snapshot of a lot of the key programs and initiatives that we run at Innovate Finance. I do not have time to go through every single one of them, but I do want to highlight a couple. So one of them is capital and investment. That is one thing that has come up time and again throughout the sessions as we went through today. So we try and create programs where we bring investors in the same room as fintechs. And when we say investors, we not only mean VCs, but also CVCs, financial institutions who are looking to invest in fintech. The other thing I want to, touch base upon is growth and partnerships. That is really key to why UK has come to become the capital of fintech as it has. Growth and partnerships is extremely, extremely important. We try and create forums where we get the ecosystem together to try and see at how they can work together, whether it is bank to bank partnership, bank to fintech partnerships, or fintech to fintech partnerships. And lastly, I just want to mention diversity very quickly as well. It is one of the key things that we are working on at Innovate Finance, to not only make financial services in the UK diverse, but fintech as a whole diverse. So this is pretty much our global reach at Innovate Finance. We try and connect with our peers globally so that we can connect with everybody when our fintechs are looking to expand abroad and vice versa. So besides the fact that we love that London holds the fintech capital of the world. We wear the crown, yes, thank you very much. But we are very, very conscious that it's not only the efforts of London, but the UK as a whole. So just for example, like Diego mentioned, how, Brazil works with the different fintech associations, so do we as well. We try and connect the North with the South, the East with the West, and we really couldn't have done it without our partners. So that is a quick snapshot of some of our members. You must have seen some of the names. But then moving on to the ecosystem, which is the fun part. So these numbers are probably a couple years old, because one of my colleagues was like, no, now fintech is worth almost 11 billion pounds to the UK economy. We have created around 76,000 plus jobs in the UK. We have over 2,000 plus fintech companies, and 42% of the fintech workforce is diverse. To give you a snapshot of what diversity means at fintech, I'm going to raise my hand. I am Rashi Pandey. I was born and raised in Bangkok, Thailand. Ethnically, I'm Indian, and I live in the UK. That is pretty much fintech for you in the UK. That is how diverse it is on this front. What are the strengths of the UK fintech ecosystem? Why and how has UK done so well? First and foremost, I will say, and very much hands down, give it to our regulator. We have a very proactive regulator and a very supportive government, and they have driven fintech forward. Without the, I don't know if you guys have heard of the Payment Services Directive 1, but it's called PSD1. Without that, a lot of the fintechs would have just not existed today. It basically allowed a lot of non-financial services to be able to provide financial products and services to a lot of the customers. the government encourages competition at the end of the day. Number 3, access to talent is key as well. Fintechs, because they are, small and nimble and agile, you cannot, afford to hire like thousands of people. So you want to try and hire the best of what the world has to offer. Number 4, access to capital. And I'll touch base upon this in my next few slides as well. But the UK has been wearing the fintech crown for a very long time. And in terms of capital, it's number 2 in the whole world, right behind the US. Number 5, location and time zone. So being the fact that we are pretty much in the middle of, the earth, well, we've put ourselves there actually, but you know what, when we wake up, we are able to work with Asia, very much South Korea, Southeast Asia, India, China. And then when we are pretty much, ending our day, we can work very closely with the Americas, North America, as well as South America. And that is really, really helpful for global connectivity. And lastly, proximity of regulator, government, tech, and financial centers. Now, what does that mean? I always say this, San Francisco is, Silicon Valley is known for the tech. New York is known for Fin, which is the financial services side of things. London is known to be the fintech center because of the point number 6. In my day, I am not even lying, I have been to Westminster for an event, met investors, met startups, and still be able to also meet a bank in the same day. And that is what, really, really helps the fintech ecosystem blossom in the UK. So when I joined fintech, the industry around 8.5, 9 years ago, nobody really knew what fintech was. Things were just coming out and, payments was the big sector that everybody was speaking about. But now, a lot of sectors and verticals have popped up within fintech. So financial technology is the big umbrella. Payments is still the big one, but then we also have financial software, which is banking as a service, software as a solutions and back-end products. We have lending, which has really come up. And that I also want to highlight. It is going to be, a difficult year next year. We have economic uncertainty right now, and lending is probably really going to come out at this front because not only for businesses, but also for consumers to be able to provide products that they can actually, utilize. We also have digital banking. That's pretty much the poster child of, UK fintech as well. We have Oak North, which became profitable in 2-3 years' time. We have Starling, Monzo, Revolut, which are, expanding globally as well. So some investment numbers. So in 2021, global fintech investment reached almost $102 billion. That is the worth of fintech at this point. And in terms of UK, we got $11.6 billion, which was just right behind the US, like I said. We saw around 30 mega deals and around 700 plus deals in general. Now, you must be thinking, what does that 11.6 billion, translate to in Europe in general? So if you see, the blue is UK, while 11.3 billion was, invested in the whole of Europe. So like I mentioned, these are some of the mega deals. And, earlier today in our keynote, the 4th president of Estonia did mention TransferWise, who have rebranded themselves as Wise as well. But Wise also IPO'd earlier last year on the UK stock market as well. And then we also have PensionBee, and has a female fintech founder, which we absolutely love. But these are some of the fintechs that have matured over time. So what is 2022 looking like? We usually release our numbers early Jan. So the whole picture you'll get by Jan 2023, but this is how the first half of 2022 looks like. It's dipped down slightly, but we're still pretty much on track in terms of fintech investment. 59 billion has been invested so far globally, 9.1 billion in the UK, and that is pretty much like a 24% growth. Again, UK is number 2, the first is the United States, number 3 on India, 4 Germany, and 5 is France, 6 Singapore, and Indonesia, Brazil, Canada, and Australia, and that's your top 10. And these are the mega deals. So what we are obviously seeing right now is there is still a lot of money that is being poured into fintechs. Bigger checks, fewer number of deals. That is what we're seeing right now. And as you can see, the mega deals, the top 5, 2 of them are in the United Kingdom, which is FNZ and Checkout.com, and both of them who are our members. So that makes me very happy. So one of the reasons fintech in the UK has also really flourished, like I spoke about, the growth and partnerships piece. So I just want to quickly touch upon the incumbent and startup partnerships. What is the risk of not collaborating? Because initially, when fintech had started, a lot of people were unsure, and it was a new, unregulated environment, and a lot of banks were wary as well. But then they started realizing that trust in large banks is reducing. A lot of customers now are very happy to switch. As long as you find a better product, you're happy to change your bank account. I myself have probably like 6 apps I use, one for traveling, one which gives me better FX rate, one for money transfer, one for savings, one for current account, and the list goes on. So they realized that startups in the marketplace was getting very competitive. Number 2, the fact that a lot of other banks are also innovating right now. And number 3, the big techs, your Googles, your Facebook, your Amazons, they are also entering the market. I have spoken to some of them as they are members. They always say that they don't want to be a bank, but they are a very trusted brand, and people are going to use them for financial transactions as well. Of course, there are challenges. It's like any marriage, as you can imagine, right? So it's fintechs with large techs. Banks have old legacy systems, and they're huge. Working with startups and sneakers and agile technology sometimes isn't always easy, but we are trying to make it work on every front. This is one of my favorite slides. You can really see the ecosystem coming together now, and this gives you a very good overview of what's happening in the UK. So for example, I don't know if you've heard of Credit Kudos, but they are one of our long-standing members as well. They provided credit reporting to everybody, without having the need of having a credit card. Apple just bought them earlier this year, so that was a very big win for the industry. Lloyds Bank has one of our members again. They've invested in one invoicing platform, Satago, and recently on an open banking platform as well called Money Hub. And then we also see BlackRock, Morgan Stanley, and State Street coming together to build digital, solutions with regards to blockchain and, distributed ledger technology. So what are the emerging trends that we are seeing? At least this is true to the UK. So one of them is embedded finance. Now that is something that kept coming up earlier in the sessions as well. And one of the quotes, I don't remember who said it, but there was someone a couple of years back who said, every company in the world eventually will become a fintech company because you will end up providing payment solutions. So even though you're not a bank, if a person is transacting, that's called embedded finance, right? At the end of the day. The other thing is crypto. I know with the news right now, I will not comment on anything, but with regards to blockchain and digital assets, it does have a lot of value that it can serve to the economy. ESG and sustainable fintech is very important as well. At Innovate Finance, we have also pledged to try and cut our net emissions to 0. And that is something everybody is looking for, and especially large institutions as well as fintechs, as we are in the middle of a climate crisis as well right now. Open finance, it's like what Diego had mentioned with regards to open banking and open finance with the Payment Services Directive 2, which had come out from the UK government and the European Union, which basically looks at banks opening up their APIs. And because of that, customers are able to make better decisions and have just more competitive products in their hand. And lastly, RegTech. A lot of large financial institutions kind of need help as well with their legacy and compliance systems. And this is also one of the emerging trends that we are seeing. Sometimes some of them are back end, so a lot of people don't realize, but there is a lot going on in fintech right now, both with consumers, businesses, behind the scenes as well. Earlier this year, our then Chancellor and now Prime Minister had announced close to our Global Summit April event that the UK wants to become a global crypto assets hub. So if you're a startup, you're watching this, you're in the room, please feel free to come and talk to me about that as well, because that is some work that we are doing with the UK government too. couple of last more slides. I know I'm the last presenter of the day, but thank you for bearing with me. It's one of our Singaporean colleagues who had mentioned before as well, what do banks usually do, right? They invest, they buy, or they build themselves. And one of the best examples I can give you is of Goldman Sachs. They have built Marcus, which is basically a savings product in the UK. They have bought quite a few fintechs as well. And they're investing in quite a few fintechs as well. They're trying to cover all their grounds as much as possible. And this is lovely to see because large financial institutions, it's not very easy for them to innovate so quickly, but they are really trying. And lastly, we have to also look out for non-financial institutions as well. Like I mentioned, your Googles and Facebooks and Amazons, because a lot of the transactions now that are happening in the world today, a lot of them are going through non-financial institutions and not your traditional financial institutions at this point. So that is the UK fintech ecosystem in a nutshell. I just want to quickly highlight that just like your beautiful conference here, we too try and bring the entire ecosystem together with a lot of international delegations. It's called the Innovate Finance Global Summit. Every year it happens in April, brings around 2,000 plus people from all over the world to talk about fintech and more. So if you're interested, please do come and say hello to the team. That's a video which I'll not play, but feel free to have a look. So yeah, that's the Innovate Finance community and the UK FinTech community. And thank you very, very much.
대단히 감사합니다. 저희가 늘 생각하면 런던은 서울 입장에서 보면 부러운 도시 중에 하나입니다. 왜냐하면
London is one of the cities that we really envy because it is a strong powerhouse of the traditional finance industry and it is also the fintech industry hub. So in the fintech industry, if there is a growth, then it can replace the traditional jobs and there can be a hurdle. But UK has overcome this hurdle. This fintech industry is creating new jobs and the total number of jobs is increasing thanks to fintech industry development. And I think one of these reasons of this secret recipe for success is that because of the active role applied by the regulatory authorities of the UK and the Innovate Finance Summit of the UK, I also participated in that summit in 2019. And this whole mayor also attended that summit in 2019. And when we gave a confirmation of participation to the UK host, that the UK embassy in Korea came to us and dispatched 3 of their staff members or the 3 of the UK government officials to us to usher us into the summit venue. And then they introduced us to dozens of the stakeholders of the UK fintech ecosystem, and they helped us bridge or build a network, and then we signed an MOU named FinTech Bridge to facilitate interaction. And I believe that such an active role by the government was one of the biggest contributor to the thriving fintech industry. Since we don't have much time, we don't have a long time for the Q&A session. So we've gathered some questions from the YouTube audience. And I think this question seems very appropriate for this session. That is why I'm asking this question to all of the 3 speakers. This session has this topic of global collaboration. And that is why we have speakers from the UK, Brazil, and Vietnam. Can you please tell us how you are collaborating with the fintech companies and stakeholders of other countries? Of course, the UK has this very global summit, but are there any target markets that you are focusing on, and how do you develop your collaboration with other countries? I would like to first start with the Brazilian speaker.
Okay, so as I mentioned in my presentation, we are together with the fintech associations of Latin America. So we are collaborating regionally because there's a lot of things to do and we are quite close to them. But also we have MOU signed with another similar associations like Innovate Finance. We have an MOU signed this year and we have plans to next year go to the IFJS. It's an amazing event. But also we have MOU signed with India, Hong Kong, with Switzerland, Ireland, and also Portugal. They are regions that are looking for solutions provided by bright minds like the Brazilian entrepreneurs. And also we are creating bridges to be connected with them to offer a alternative region for Brazilians to expand its operation when it requires by VC firms or even the market when Brazil is very big, but eventually Brazil can get small for a broad solution like Nubank. Nubank is a Brazilian fintech, one of the major of the world. They operate in services outside Brazil as well. So basically, this is how we collaborate with other countries and regions.
Hello. So Vietnam is still a new fintech market. So right now, often we are focused on local company and the local market. So I think in the next 1 or 2 years, so in Vietnam we will have some program to collaborate with others big market association of fintech. I think that is very good for the Vietnamese market because right now we are the most important and have a big opportunity in Southeast of Asia for the fintech market. So today I think I learned a lot from Brazil market and UK markets about how to develop a fintech market and organization regulation. Yeah, thank you.
So with regards to, can everyone hear me? Yes. So with regards to Innovate Finance, like I said, when we started in 2014, we got very close to our peers, especially in Europe. So we're very well connected with them. But then after that, we started looking out. We saw, South Asia, Southeast Asia. We have a bridge program with, Korea, South Korea. We have one with Australia. We have an MOU with Singapore, with Brazil. So we really tried to see which markets really want to try and work with us, plus where our members are looking to expand. So despite the fact that we are very UK focused in terms of regulation, we are very global in terms of supporting and providing our members the tools they need to grow. A lot of the fintechs right now, though, are focusing on international expansion, and a lot of the UK ones are also looking at the US. So actually, we have, especially right now, even though we have an international team who focus on our international program in general, we have a particular program for the US right now as well. So we are planning to be there, once every quarter in the East Coast, very much in New York City, sometimes DC as well. And we're planning to also launch our West Coast program very much in the Valley early next year too. So where our members go, we try and go there, really.
예, 대단히 감사합니다.
Well, thank you so much for the answers. As you well know, Brazil, Vietnam, UK, like these three countries, Korea is also upgrading its regulations and introduce sandbox regulations to further facilitate the industry. Thank you, speakers, for your great answers. I hope that the Korea or in Seoul can evolve into a global fintech and financial hub. Please keep sending us your encouragement and support. I'd like to extend my gratitude to all of the audiences, offline and online, and this concludes this session. Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much for that great presentations and moderation. This brings us to the end of Session 3, the last session of Seoul Digital Finance Conference 2022. Please give another round of applause to our chair and speakers. Thank you so much. We have an online audience as well who are watching us on YouTube channels. They have sent us many questions and input. Thank you for your participation. Seoul Metropolitan Government and the Financial Supervisory Service service, will try to send more support to address the issues and challenges of fintech companies and the financial institutes of Korea. And the two co-hosts will continue to host this international conference and other venues to give more help to startup companies, fintech companies, and the financial institutes of Korea. My gratitude to all the chairs and speakers who have contributed a lot, and the audience who have given their feedbacks and inputs to us. This brings us to the end of 2022 Seoul Digital Finance Conference, and this festival, Seoul Digital Finance Festival, will continue until Friday, featuring many seminars, workshops, influencer talk, Sampro TV show, and other various programs. Please keep tuned into our channel and the festival. Now, let me conclude the Seoul Digital Finance Conference here. Thank you so much and have a safe journey back. Thank you.